Thank you. We're live, Mayor.
Hi, everybody. I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of February 20, 2024. Tonight's meeting is a hybrid meeting. Community members are welcome to join us either in person or remotely through Zoom or the telephone. Councilmember Tim Chizen will be joining us remotely. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Tim Chizen,
Here.
Councilmember Black,
Here.
Councilmember Sweet, here. Councilmember Falcone,
Here.
Councilmember Pascal,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
Here.
Mayor Curtis.
Here. Our study session tonight is 3 topics. The first is on the operating options for Kirkland Teen Union Building, otherwise known as KTUB. Second is a downtown parking study update. And third is a discussion on East King County Regional Water Association water right applications. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at 7:30. City Manager.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Curtis. So the first discussion item, the Kirkland Teen Union Building. As council knows, the teen programs were funded in Proposition 1, which did not pass last November. So the reason we're here in front of the council is to talk about what next for KTUB, and especially to inform the budget process that's coming up for 25-26. So here to walk you through those options and get your feedback is our Parks and Community Services Director, Lynn Zwagstra, and our Recreation Manager, Shara Sellenberger, and our Human Services Manager, Jen Boone. So welcome.
All right. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council. As City Manager Triplett just mentioned, we're talking about next steps to operating the Kirkland Teen Union Building. This is information that you've heard before, so we were planning on talking to you about the primary option that has been under consideration, but also understanding that funding would not be available from the ballot measure. There are other options to consider as well. So you'll hear from Sarah Schellenberger, our Recreation Manager, Jen Boone, our Human Services Manager, and I will be here to answer questions, as will John Lloyd, our Deputy Director. So thank you. I'll pass it over.
I do not have audio.
We found out the podium was muted. It's now been unmuted. So thank you, Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Okay, good evening, Council. So tonight we have 12 slides for you. It's about a 15-minute presentation before we'll open it up for discussion, so let's jump in. So tonight we are asking you to consider 3 operating options for KTUB. The first is option A, which was presented to you last year in January of 2023. This includes a year-round drop-in teen center with services and daytime activation operated by the city. Option B is a new option for consideration. This includes school year drop-in teen center with limited services that's also operated by the city. And then finally, we have option C, which would be to release an RFP for a third-party operator to support the space. So we're seeking your direction tonight on which option to move forward with for the operation of KTUB as a teen center. Before we dive into an overview of the 3 options, we wanted to first review some highlights from the study session that happened January 17th of 2023, when we were last here to discuss KTUB. At the study session, staff presented 2 concurrent models. One was the top external proposal that came as a result of the city's RFP process. That was the Boys and Girls Club proposal. The second was a model where the city's Recreation and Human Services divisions joined forces to combine their expertise to offer a city-run teen center with both teen programs and services. At that meeting, we heard council's preference for the city model, or the sports car model, as Councilmember Black suggested, based on the tremendous benefits that proposal had to offer. We heard being able to respond to changing needs and priorities for youth was a huge factor for consideration in the city's proposal so we could be agile. We also heard that aligning programs and services at KTUB with existing recreation programs was also an added benefit, and synergy with human services. Most notably, the partnership with Youth Eastside Services to provide on-site behavioral health services was a huge plus. Council was also supportive of the barriers that were removed with no membership fees included as part of the city's proposal. Some of the questions and considerations Council asked us to look into was around transportation and funding. For transportation, Council asked for staff to look into ways that we could connect youth that may not have transportation resources available as a way of letting them access and connect to the space. There were also questions raised around the cost and ability to sustainably fund the operations of KTUB if the city chose to run it. As part of the funding questions, Council asked that staff explore how the ballot measure could be used as a viable tool for funding the teen center operations. And during the development of the ballot measure, teen programs and services were consistently prioritized by the Parks Funding and Exploratory Committee. And KTUB operations was ultimately included in the ballot measure that went to voters this past fall. So what progress have we made since this study session? We were successful in receiving a van donation from King County. Thank you, Councilmember Balducci's office. So we do have a way to connect youth who do need transportation support if they are interested in accessing services and programs at KTUB. However, as you know, Prop 1 failed this past November, and while we hope the ballot measure could provide sustainable funding for the operations of KTUB, we've been working on some other approaches as well. We've applied for a couple of grants to help offset the funding gap that Sarah's going to walk you through in a couple of slides. One was not successful, and the other application that we submitted, we have not heard back from, and it will still be a few additional months. These updates bring us to the refined options up for discussion this evening. I'm now going to pass it over to Sarah to walk you through those.
Good evening. We are going to begin with option A, which is summarized on the slide here. And this largely mirrors the city's operating model that was proposed at the study session in January 2023. It has all the bells and whistles. It is the sports car version. It includes year-round drop-in teen center operations, 6 days a week, including the transportation services that Jen mentioned from local middle and high schools to KTUB. It also includes robust offerings of recreation programs for teens, including the continuation of the existing outdoor recreation programs and day trips, and the continuation of the mobile recreation program. Youth Eastside Services would provide a full-time mental health clinician at KTUB to provide counseling, and For Tomorrow would provide art programs and services for Latinx youth. This option also includes the daytime activation of KTUB, which would allow us to expand capacity for adult programs, preschool programs, and additional youth camps. And then option A also includes the continuation of our high school internship program and expanded opportunities for teens to work with the city. Option B, which is summarized on this slide, was developed in response to the concerns that we heard about being able to sustainably fund the high service level of option A. So option B does come at a lower cost and a significantly reduced level of service. The drop-in teen center would only be open during the school year, 5 days a week, with no summer operations. It would still include the transportation services from schools to KTUB. Option B includes much more limited recreation programs for teens. It does still include Youth Eastside Services, full-time mental health clinician on site at KTUB, and For Tomorrow providing programs and services for Latinx youth. During the summer months, KTUB would serve as an overflow space for existing youth camps. And then option B also includes the continuation of the high school internship program. Because these two options can look similar, we want to highlight how option B differs from option A. So option B eliminates all of the summer drop-in teen center hours. It also reduces the recreation programs that would be offered out of KTUB and across the city, especially during the school year. Option A included new teen summer camps that were focused on leadership skills and STEM, and option B does not include any new summer camps for teens. And then with option B, there would also be no daytime activation of KTUB to provide recreation programs for adults or preschoolers. And option B also eliminates the mobile recreation program. There is a third option that remains, option C. This is to release a new RFP to find an external operator for KTUB to run the facility as a teen center. We did this in 2022 and anticipate following a similar process. We don't know which organizations might be interested in applying in 2024. We do know that a couple of years ago, the proposals submitted to the city ranged between $175,000 and $404,000. And those costs did not include daytime activation of the facility. And we do expect that the cost would be higher in 2025. Of these three options, A, B, and C, the staff recommendation is option A as the ultimate goal for KTUB for its ability to serve teens in Kirkland through a significant expansion of existing service levels, coupled with the increased capacity to serve other ages through daytime activation of the facility. The next two slides show a budget comparison between option A and B, the two city-operated models. So this slide is looking at funding that would be needed in 2024 for a partial year of operation at KTUB. You can see the difference between option A and B. The one-time costs are largely the same. We will need new furniture and equipment regardless of the service level. Likewise with supplies and services. This is also the line that includes the YES and For Tomorrow services. You can see a big difference in staffing levels between the two options, and I'll touch on that a little bit more on the next slide. You can also see that we're not expecting much in terms of revenue in 2024 as programs would be ramping up. We do have $160,000 from both 2023 and 2024, totaling the $300,000 that you see there. This is from existing budget for KTUB operations, and that would significantly offset this first partial year of running KTUB as a teen center. So the total cost for 2024 for option A is $268,683, and for option B, it would be $124,631. So this slide is showing the cost comparison for option A and B for a full year operation, full year's worth in 2025. And we wanted to share this estimate of the ongoing annual cost because if council is interested in funding either of these two options, we will need to come back during the 25-26 budget process with a service package request for ongoing operations of KTUB. Again, we see the biggest difference between option A and B in staff costs, and this is tied to the service level for each. The daytime activation and summer operations in option in option A do require more staff support. In option B, with less staff support, we would not have capacity to activate the facility during the day or during the summer months. That difference in daytime activation also impacts revenue, so you'll see a significant difference there as well. And I'm going to have Jen speak to the Human Services grant funding.
So in 2025, the plan for Human Services grant funding includes $205,803 from the Human Services grant budget. So this is to support the services that would be provided on site by Youth Eastside Services and For Tomorrow. Both of those programs that we are proposing within the city's model fall in alignment with the priorities that the Commission has identified ahead of the upcoming grant cycle. So specifically, behavioral health services for youth and culturally specific and linguistic services for the community. So with that, it also reflects one of the considerations that Council brought up at the January 2023 meeting is how are we activating human services dollars to support human services programs happening in that space. So with that grant funding included, it brings the total funding required for option A to $431,094 and for option B, $215,171. So Staff prepared a timeline should council provide direction to move forward with option A or option B. This assumes that Studio East vacates the space at the end of March, and the city would have access to this space in April of this year. The first couple of months would be focused on turnover of the facility, so activities would include things like cleanup, painting, facility improvements, furniture and equipment procurement and installation. We would also be focused on hiring and onboarding of full-time city staff and partner agency staff for YES and For Tomorrow. Moving into June, before school lets out, we would host several preview events, which would also include a teen night that allows us to begin reintroducing KTEB to the broader community. And then over the summer, we will be focused on outreach and engagement while also ramping up and hiring all part-time staff that would allow for full activation of the space to start in the fall. Nonprofit partners would begin service delivery over the summer, and the facility would serve as overflow space for existing camps. And then in September, we would anticipate a grand opening with full launch of all programs and services available to youth. So, staff are seeking direction on which option to move forward with for the operation of KTEB as a teen center. Next steps for the staff recommendation, which is option B, would be to come back to council with a fiscal note, as well as coming back for a council consideration for funding as part of the 25-26 budget process. As Sarah mentioned, staff are recommending option A, but there is the potential to bring in option B as part of a ramping up process to get towards option A as we work to secure the funding to sustainably support option A. So that concludes our presentation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, both of you. Anybody want to start the discussion? Councilmember Sweet.
I'll start with a question. The contract was For Tomorrow. Is that exclusively for Latinx youth?
They do have a focus on Latinx youth, but they support youth of all backgrounds.
Okay, so if my best friend was not Latinx, we could do it
Correct.
together. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Pascal.
Well, thank you for the presentation. One of the things that I appreciate is the partners that provide youth services around the region and in the city. And I know that one of the topics of constant discussion at our quarterly meetings with Lake Washington School District is how can we, build and leverage the two services and the staff and everything that the school district provides. So I'm just wondering about how have we considered how we would work with potential partners as part of any kind of ongoing, increased level of services for youth, and how would that work? Or would that be kind of a next steps initiative where we not just work with Lake Washington School District, but potential other funding partners that could help bring money to the table?
So we currently meet monthly with the school district, and they've been really anxious and eager to hear about the status of KTEB and how we can work together to support youth and how they can help with their channels to push out the information for KTEB. So I think to your point, it would be a next step. Once we know what the direction is, we would be able to connect with them and figure out ways that we could collaborate and work together. One of the ways would be through transportation and being able to partner with the district so we can connect kids from school to KTEB directly.
Great. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I mean, as far as my thoughts on where I'm at on this, I mean, I'm a parent of two teenagers that have gone through the last 4 years, which I think have been arguably one of the most difficult for our youth. And I can't imagine being their age and going through those years. And I know that there's a lot of needs out there for many folks. So I am strongly and fully in support of option A. And I wouldn't categorize it, to no offense to Councilmember Black, as a sports car version. I would categorize that as kind of like the base model in a way, because I think that the things that we invest in here with our youth are just critical for our community. And we need to continue to devote our resources and our support for those services. So with that, I'd like to see a range of just different options on how we actually pay for that. I recognize that it's priorities that we have to really think about. I know that there was consideration of the council special projects budget. I know that's one, temporary type of funding source, but I'd like to see just a range of different options. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Sarah, Jen, and Lynn, and all staff for this really thoughtful presentation. I remember our conversation last year and being really excited to move forward, and I'm glad to see where we are moving forward with this now. I also fully support option A. I have to say thank you to so many community members and community leaders who have reached out to us too. I can say on my 4+ years serving on the Kirkland City Council, I can't remember a time that I have heard from such a diverse group of community leaders and community members that unanimously support us moving forward with doing as much for our youth as we possibly can in this. So kudos to our community for really understanding this need, for really supporting us moving forward, and great job to staff in presenting the memo to the community for the community to engage on this really important issue. We know that the need for teen programs and services is not only immediate, it's increasing. And so, like I said, I fully support option A. I see this not just an investment in our current youth today, but also the future of our community as they have their needs met and they grow into healthy adults as well in the future in our community. So it's really, really crucial. Also as a mom to a teenager and 3 younger kids who hopefully will be teenagers in a few years. I really appreciate, as I mentioned, the thoughtfulness with partnering with external organizations, with providers, with YES, with For Tomorrow. And I also think I've heard from some community members and also, think of what else do we need, right? In addition to this, and I understand that this is already a significant investment, but we know that the need is growing. We know that the needs of every youth are not the same, right? And that's why I appreciate in particular the For Tomorrow model and being culturally specific, I think was the language that you used. And it does make me think what else can and should we be doing? Are there culturally specific services for other cultures, such as our Black youth, that we need to be considering? Are there other partners that we could bring on in the future? So I'd like to continue this conversation. I'd like us to get started and to do everything we can now, and also to be flexible as we move forward to really address the needs that we know exist in the community and the needs as they change in the community. Are there organizations that I've heard from some folks in the community, like the East Side Youth Coalition, Africans on the East Side, or perhaps other organizations that specifically serve Black youth that we could partner with among other populations as well. So thank you. I'm really, really excited to kick this off. And again, in case I wasn't clear, I support option A. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Jen and Sarah. I really appreciate all the thoughtfulness and what has gone into this. Clearly, we have a need, and I see several options going forward. My goal here is having a path that we can sustainably support teens in the way that we and meet their needs. I'm concerned about the long-term ability. I need more information on long-term ability to support option A. If we were voting right now, I'd actually say option A is our goal, and I want to move forward on option B immediately and then figure out how to ramp up to option A. The thing that I do not want to do is start with option A right now and discover during the budget process that we can't continue it and have a takeaway of services. So my feedback would be beginning with option B right now and then come back during the budget process with both the options to continue that and to fund option A, and we make that decision at that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, Councilmember Sweet.
I'll go ahead. I too am an A+ supporter. Great presentation and great body of work that you guys have pulled together. When you presented it last time, we recognized the need. The need has only grown. So I believe that it is imperative that we begin this process now, and I also believe that we need to sharpen our pencils and make sure we figure out a way to continue to fund it. As Councilmember Falcone mentioned, there may be other opportunities for us to partner with bringing services in to help to help with youth who are tortured in whatever ways. We see increasingly in the news episodes where young people are committing crimes, are out of control with behavioral health conditions. This is a societal responsibility that I believe that we need to embrace. I think we've not done a really good job of it since COVID. I know you guys instituted some programs during COVID that are exciting and brought kids together and provided some of that support. But I really believe that this is an important thing and a responsibility that the City Council has. So I would go full on for option A, September with a start date, everything we can do up until then, and whatever, we'll figure out how to pay for it.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, staff, for a wonderful presentation, and thank you to my colleagues for their comments. As staff knows, from the January meeting where you presented, I've been very excited about the vision that the staff has presented for teen programming. And that's where my comment about the coming into January's discussion thinking I was ready to buy the base, coming onto the lot thinking I was going to be ready to buy the base model. And after hearing the staff's presentation, kind of like the sales team that shows you the tricked out model, the fully loaded model, and suddenly you're like, yeah, I need the fully loaded model. So that, for those listening, that's where my comment about that comes from. So, yeah, so I'll just reiterating what I said in January, that I really love the vision. I think we really need to be committed to our process of launching. I think it's really important that we generate a lot of energy and excitement among our teen population when we open the site, and really do everything we can to show them let them see the potential of building youth and teen community at our center. So with that, I'll hand it back to the mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you. I'm glad Councilmember Sweet asked you the question about the programs for specific races or groups of people. I'd like to know more about that and how you're going to foster a welcoming and inclusive environment with that program. I do support sustainable funding mechanisms and would be interested in learning more whether option A is sustainable. I have heard talk about this being as part of a bond or levy measure, and I don't think that bringing, I think a more sustainable model would benefit Kirkland as opposed to a ballot measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think it's our social responsibility to go with option A. We need to build a social safety net for our youth programming. And any of the things I'm going to say, I would have said a year ago, and that this is crucially important, and it's already been said by this council that this is a need that we need to meet. So I recognize, City Manager, that you've got a challenge coming back to us with some funding options. I do agree with council that this needs to be a sustainability or sustainable funding source. We shouldn't be having this conversation annually. We need to figure out how to fund this. And I recognize, as Councilmember Pascal said, this means that we will have to cut somewhere else, and those will be difficult decisions, but I strongly believe that this is a direction we should go in. So thank you. That was probably the clearest answer
thank you.
anyone will ever get from council. So thank you, both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to downtown parking study update. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So one of the things I heard from all of you was we'd like more data than was in the memo. So I want to assure you more data is coming, some tonight and some in the future. We're going to be checking in with you a couple times on this, and the main presentation about this will be given to the council at the May fiscal retreat. So this is sort of the appetizer, if you will. And so here to walk you through some of the first findings we have and some of the data is, I think, did I see Sean Ng on the call? As well as Kimberly Scrivener, who is our transportation planner. So welcome, Kimberly.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, City Manager, Mayor Curtis, members of the council. While I'm trying to open up my presentation, I do want to mention that thank you.
We don't have it, Kimberly.
Sorry, it's been a while. Do I have to share my screen? Right? There we go. Thank you. Apologize about that. So I'm here to talk about our downtown parking study. The purpose of this is to take a data-driven approach to assess the availability of parking downtown, and to also aid in how we look at our future parking strategies. This is our area that we've been looking at. This is essentially our downtown business district, plus 2 parks on the waterfront. We've talked a lot about the sensors that have been added. Those are added to the on-street parking and in our lots. The one place in this parking study that the sensors have not been added is in the garage. I could talk about that in a little bit as we move along. So the study period that we're looking at today is between July 1st and December 31st of 2023. We are still collecting data. The sensors are 24 hours a day, 7 days per week, and so we can continue to collect data and report on that throughout this year. In the garage, we have a contract with Diamond, who is collecting data for us 3 times a day, doing manual counts in the garage. And so for today, there are some parking types that we're going to be looking at. In addition to what you see on the screen and what we'll go through today, we also have data for our loading zones, our 15-minute only stalls, our 30-minute stalls, our ADA stalls, our EV stalls. Just in the interest of time, we can't get into all of that today, but there's a lot of interesting data to talk about, so looking forward to that. The approach that I want to go through with you today is to share both occupancy rates through the full study period, so that's 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. in the core of the day, and that's for the full 6 months. And then we'll be looking at, because averaging over 6 months, it's hard to pull out that some detail, and so we took some representative weeks. 1 week in August, 1 week in November. I did go and look at weather of those weeks to get our high and our low, and then 1 midday and 1 weekend day for each of those months as well. And so on all of these times, there were no events other than 1 summer concert, but that did not impact the parking. And then in the November side, we did have rainy days, so we're kind of showing you the range. And so what we're really talking about today is, do we have a parking problem? and so what we're really looking at is at our occupancy rates. And so that occupancy rate of 80 to 85%, is really that place where it can be perceived as getting congested. It is also a little bit of a sweet spot, right? So as soon as because that's where you have economic vitality, and so as we manage parking, that's really the goal. But once you start creeping over that, that's when people start having to circle around. We get more congestion around town. People get frustrated, they can't find a spot. And so that's kind of that range. So what are we looking at when we talk about where we have challenges that we might need to manage more, and opportunities when it's lower, right? So just to kind of orient you a little bit to these slides, and I recognize some of you are really interested in kind of looking at some of the raw data, and while we have the raw data, the visualization tools that we currently have are challenging, but we're working on that, and I'll talk about that at the end. But to orient you here, this first graph on the top left, this shows these represent those 1 day, weekday, 1 weekend in November, and then same in August. And it's kind of interesting to look at. I think the key point is that for both the weekday and the weekend times of day around dinner time, we're getting at the highest in the high 90s of occupancy. And this is, apologize, right for this slide, we're talking about the lake and central lot and the lakeshore lot, which is adjacent to Marina Park. These are currently 4-hour stalls. It does fluctuate a little bit. You can see the August dates, particularly on the Saturday. It's pretty full most of the day. But you do on that, I do see a little bit of a dip in the middle of the day, in the late afternoon. This Thursday on the 17th was I did look at other days of the week, and there wasn't quite as deep of a dip, but there still was pretty consistently a dip. So that kind of tells us that for the lots, people are kind of there during the day, kind of heading home. Other people are coming in for dinner. So, and then in terms of so the average daily occupancy, this is this August and November, those are the representative weeks that I mentioned. And so we're again, the summer's creeping up above that 80, right around that, above 80, around that 85%. In the winter time and that November week, we have pretty decent occupancy, but still quite a bit of parking available. A little bit of a dip in November. And so this bottom chart is the average over the 6-month period. Dwell times, we are seeing that people are staying a little bit longer in the lots than they are on street. So I'll move on to that one. The on-street parking, these represent the 2-hour stalls. We pulled those out from all of the other loading zones and 15-minute stalls that are on street. There is a little bit more consistency in terms of the evening time and throughout these sample days. Again, a little bit of a dip in the late afternoon, but still kind of hovering around that 80% occupancy. And then if we look at again, for these representative weeks, real hovering around that 80%, both pretty much the same in August and November, so it's a little bit different than in the two lots. That on-street parking seems to be pretty consistent throughout the year. And so if you look at the average, flattens out a little bit over the study period, but still hovering just under that 80%. And as I mentioned, people are not necessarily spending quite as much time as they are in the lots, but still a good amount of time. So Park Lane, as I'll kind of start with the average over the full duration of the study period, you'll see that that's hovering between around at that 85%. And then, but if you look at these representative days, again, the Thursday and Saturday in August, that November 1st is a Wednesday, and November 11th is a Saturday. The reason why that first is a Wednesday is because our autumn was very nice. It was sunny. And so I did kind of want to try to represent the kind of our high and low season, so that was a kind of a rainy Wednesday. And it, again, stayed pretty consistent, hovering around that 90%. And again, we're kind of seeing that dip in the late afternoon. And we are seeing, again, kind of a little bit shorter dwell times than we are in the actual lots, in our paid lots. Now, the parks, we looked at Marsh Park and the Houghton Beach lots. These are a completely different story. You will see the high of the high and the low of the lows. So we're really seeing our highest, other than in Park Lane, our highest occupancy on these representative days. And those were pretty consistent throughout the day. And then, but as you can see in the wintertime, much lower, and then pretty close to being pretty empty in the evening. In terms of this, for these representative weeks, this little peak in November was interesting. I looked at some other weeks in November, and they were all pretty curvy, but the curves were really different depending on which week I looked at. I kind of wonder if they're a little dependent on some volleyball game schedules. That is why we're seeing that kind of dip in this curvy line in November for that particular week and those weeks, other weeks that I looked at in November. But again, pretty hovering up above in that, getting up into the 85% on that weekend. I will mention, I forgot to mention earlier, there was a little bit of a change from your memo. We bumped the representative weeks up one day just because these graphs looked a little nicer with the Saturday, Sunday together as opposed to kind of bookending these charts. So just a FYI if you're comparing this to your memo. And then you can see a little bit less flat than we see downtown. High in the summer, much lower in the winter. One thing that we did look at here is the dwell times seem pretty low. One thing I mentioned is that as we have access to the raw data, we are still working with the vendor on kind of the best ways to pull it out. And so we weren't able to pull out hourly dwell times. We're working with them on that, but these seem a little low, and my suspicion is that we're balancing people that are stopping in to go to the beach for, check out the beach for 15 minutes, and then others that are hanging out for 2 hours. And so there's balancing and averaging those out. So when we look at these dwell times, this is a average for the full study period. So that's average over the 6 months, and then these are averages over the week. So we will bring more data when it comes to kind of daily averages. Is there a question?
Really, yeah. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you. I appreciate that. One thing that might help with that is looking at medians rather than means for that.
Oh,
if
sure.
There are some. I also wonder for the winter months in particular, our parks, I believe, close at sundown, which may be why there's such low parking rates there. And I wonder if that's also skewing the means, that you might have people who are just meeting up, right, for a minute or two, and that's really skewing. So anyway, so I'd recommend cutting that out and only keeping it during open park hours.
Well, yeah, sure.
And while we're on the subject, can you remind me, what is our time limit on these beach parking lots?
The time limit, I believe, is 2 hours. I should know that. I'm the
City Manager?
I think it might be 4 hours at most of them. I'll have to check. I'm not sure on. Do you know the time limits at the waterfront parks?
Yeah, 4 hours, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ask me about any place downtown, and I'll know it off the top of my head.
And it looks like Councilmember Tim Chisholm has his hand up.
The Houghton Beach parking lot is 4 hours within the lot, but on the street, it's 2 hours, I believe.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, go ahead.
Great. All right, so moving on to the garage. So I just want to clarify, when we talk about the upper level, we're talking about inside the garage. The surface level is managed by the library. And so the upper level is inside, and then there's the lower level, which is where we have the employee permits. And you can access, so when you drive in from Third, that'll be the upper level, and then there's a ramp going down to the lower level. So if you're less familiar with the garage. These are the counts from Diamond. They were captured 3 times a day, 11 to noon, 5 to 6, so approaching dinner time, and then 8 to 9. And what I will point out here is you can see that middle bar in August and July. Our garage is pretty packed on the upper level. We get a lot of people using the swimming pool, which you'll see kind of on that, more left bar, but as people come in looking for dinner, whatever they want to do downtown in the evening time, that's when we're really seeing all of that capacity. But I will bring your attention over to the lower level. In August, that same time of day, we have just 40% capacity in the lower level. So one of the things that we can do is there is space. We can convert some of our permit parking stalls to general purpose. That could help that capacity. For us to be able, there are some unfunded improvements in the garage for us to be able to count to the same levels we're counting the rest of downtown and the rest of the study area. And then also to encourage people to park more in the garage.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you. The permit-only stalls on the lower portion of the parking garage, what are those permits for? Who gets a permit?
Oh, I apologize for not elaborating on that. So we currently provide free permits to all of our downtown employees. That encourages them to not park downtown, on street, or in our lots to preserve those for customers, but they're also time limited. So we do get people that are in their workday. Some of them will pay and then move their car so that they can park in the lots. But this is really to encourage people to park outside of the downtown business district. It is restricted to that downtown business district. And so I think the line is right behind the, for instance, kind of stops at the, behind the Performance Center. It does not include Kirkland Urban. But for those employees, it's for free parking for them. And then that's on, it does end, I believe at 7 o'clock. I have to double check. And then it opens up for general purpose, and those general purpose on Sundays.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we do have some parking challenges in some areas of downtown. Some of them are in some areas, and we are really seeing that getting well above that threshold of the 80 to 85% occupancy. Some areas are really hovering around that, and maybe that's okay. Maybe we want to manage that better. And then there are other places where we're seeing quite a bit of capacity most of the year. And then in most places in the wintertime. So we do recommend considering potential parking management strategies to address some of those challenges. Parking management strategies can include pricing, both expanding where we charge for parking or raising prices for where we do charge. Pricing can be variable, so it could change by time of day or season. Other ways I mentioned already is perhaps taking some of the available capacity in the lower level of the garage to more general purpose. We could look at timeframes. So maybe as we're seeing, and we would have to look at kind of the dwell times and see where perhaps changing times from 4 hours to 2 hours, or adding more 15-minute only stalls, or allowing people to use loading zones when they're less used for pickup and drop off. There are a lot of different things we can look at to better manage parking. And that's kind of why I mentioned that kind of sweet spot of occupancy. Because as you manage parking, the nice part about the sensors, it's a really great way to communicate with businesses that if they're worried about losing parking, we can then communicate and say, well, we're seeing the same level of occupancy, or we're not, and we can adjust accordingly. And if we're seeing more turnover, that's even better for businesses. So that's kind of the communication. And I will mention we were at a parking conference and went to a session about pricing, and the entire session was about data collection. All of the challenges about data collection, and this is kind of why we started doing this in the first place. So it was kind of nice to sit back and kind of smile, and Kirkland doesn't have that problem, and we can kind of move on to the next thing. So just a little tidbit on that. So we are working on some other initiatives. We're replacing our pay stations. We're replacing our permit database. And one thing I hope you all are going to be very interested in is our new smart parking vendor. This is we have closed. We have brought on a new vendor. We're finalizing the contract. They will be integrating all of our sensor data, the data from Diamond, from our pay stations, from the pay by phone, and helping us with visualization tools, both internally, so that you can have better access to it, so that we can have better decision-making tools, and then also for the public to be able to help navigate and find available parking for them. That company is called Arcata. Their product is called Curb IQ. For those of you that are interested and want to check out their website, they have a lot of really great examples. So they also will be helping us prepare for the May financial retreat. They're not only a visualization company, they have a lot of expertise on parking policy, so they can really help us with a lot of questions and kind of really, so, I'm not a parking expert. We've learned a lot from these companies and what we've been researching, but they're gonna help us out tremendously and provide us with some really great tools. So with that, I'll hand it over to you. Really interested in what additional information you'd like to see or observations you'd like us to share. As I mentioned, all of the other types of parking types, the loading zones, the EV stalls, and all that we can bring to you. And then what other parking management options would you like us to talk about and bring more information to you for the financial retreat?
Wonderful, thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the things that I think we have to remember is that, and for the 40 years that I owned and ran a business in downtown Kirkland, employee parking is a problem. Employees park in the lots and they move their cars every 4 hours. We have a system available to us through our parking enforcement, which would allow us to stop that behavior. And we have never instituted it. So I want to put that on the list. The other thing I want to go on the list is to definitely look at charging for on-street parking. That's it.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, when I joined the council a little over 4 years ago, I didn't know how exciting it would be to talk about parking data. But Kim, I'm listening to you, and I think you're getting excited about parking data too.
I never thought I would be so excited to talk about parking.
It is kind of exciting. What I love about it is I love that the data together with the latest technology gives us some opportunity to really optimize this for both our community and also our business owners and, frankly, also their employees. So, trying to figure out how to optimize for those groups, I think that's really going to be something that I'm going to be focused on as we move forward between now and our further discussion in May. I love that the tech solutions also allow us to do optimize to the extent we do introduce parking fees, allows us to optimize that based on seasons and related to that, one thing in your preliminary results, it seems to me that's sort of coming out of that is that the reserve spots in the lower level of the garage are not being used optimally by employees of our businesses downtown. And I would really like us to look at whether through the optimizing the technology and the variable pricing and maybe whatever tool we offer to business owners and their employees to allow them to continue to use that parking, that if we could figure out a way to sort of optimize that where when it's not being used optimally by employees of our business downtown, it becomes available. I don't know how we're going to thread that needle exactly, but I'm kind of curious if there's some ideas. Because what we don't want is a bunch of open reserve spots in the lower level that are sitting there unused, which seems like what we have now. So, and then the last observation I'll make is one of the things that I've thought this since I came to Kirkland 26 years ago. I still think it today. that we have some kind of wayfinding problem with the garage. And more and more of our residents and our visitors understanding that it's available for public parking. I mean, it's just one block away from, or block and a half away from most of the businesses that visitors, both our own local visitors, but also visitors from out of town or from neighboring jurisdictions, those businesses that they want to frequent. And so I would like us to look at how we can do, if we think if it's not just anecdotally that I think that there's a wayfinding problem, but we actually believe there truly is, and the people just aren't aware that there are 2 levels of parking at the garage that are just 1 block further away from where they're circling. I would like us to look at that too. So with that, I'll hand it back to the mayor.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Kimberly, and thank you for everyone involved in this study. I also am really excited for this. I remember seeing kind of the dynamic, the behind-the-scenes interface that we got to see some of the parking data before, and I'm really excited to have discussions about what that might look like for the public usage in the future as well. So really excited about that. On the wayfinding and signage, I had a similar thought, not only to get folks to the garage, but within the garage, when you were showing the data about the lower level, to not only get downtown business employees to utilize it more, but you are showing that peak during that dinner hour, kind of the 6, 7, 8 o'clock time frame when that would be available to the public, right? Like this, lots and lots of parking stalls that are not being utilized during peak parking demand. Perhaps there's better signage that we can have. There is some signage, but it can be a little confusing. Like when it says permit parking, am I allowed to use it? Like if we said more signage like open to public during these hours or something when it can be used, that might be clearer, and maybe we can help communicate that through other ways too, to help get folks to use that. So I was really intrigued by that. Still processing some of the other data, and would again be interested in more analysis. I know you had kind of hinted at that. I do have some thoughts on the data first. I really want to see data of our disabled parking spaces downtown, and not only usage, but availability. Even in the second slot, I think you had a table of all the parking spots in all the different locations, but I would love to see that with all of these data with how many disabled spots next to it. And because I really want to get an understanding of their usage, and if there are particular areas where they are commonly filled, because there's so few, to have, an 80-something% usage is like the 2 spots are filled, right, that are close by. And I want to make sure that we look holistically and make decisions of disabled parking spaces while we're having this conversation, to not just meet the minimal legal requirements, but actually meet the needs. So I'm really looking forward to looking at those data and having that conversation. Similarly, with, there's a lot of discussion that we're going to have around what it looks like to pay for parking downtown for visitors and folks and employees. And I've heard a lot of cashless options with apps, with credit cards, with, paying at the machine downtown. I want to make sure, and I think I bring this up every time we talk about downtown parking, that we have options for folks who do not have access to cashless, getting tongue-tied tonight, banking options and payment options, just with an equity lens. Let's make sure that we're thinking through that, and as we move forward in this. There was a mention in the memo about, whether council will be interested in seeing the full year of data, since we'll be having that contract through the full year anyway. And my answer to that is yes, please. We have the data. I certainly would like to see that. I am also particularly interested in the dynamic pricing, and not just set in advance, that on weekends it costs this much, weeknights it costs this amount, but really based on supply and demand. I'm really interested in what that could look like and kind of what some of the pros and cons are to that. I understand, obviously, it would be a whole discussion, right? It would be really important for us to kind of weigh the pros and cons of that, but I'm interested in that as one of the options. So I'm looking forward to the May budget retreat where we'll be talking about this and some of the other things Councilmember Sweet talked about, on-street parking payments as well. So just really looking forward to looking at it holistically and how we can do that. You mentioned curb management and EV, parking and other things. Have we looked at bicycle parking downtown as well? I know that's not part of the study, but since we're talking about parking and if we're talking about making sure we have enough EV charging spaces as well, let's also have the conversation about charging for personal electronic vehicles like e-bikes and other personal electronic vehicles, just to make sure that we're really encouraging multimodal transportation in downtown and that we have those amenities for folks regardless of how they choose to get themselves around and to our city. I'm looking through my notes to make sure that that's everything. Yeah, thank you for this, and I'm looking forward to hearing and learning more. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Mayor. Kim, Shawning, compliments to you and the team for bringing this solution to us so that we finally have real data. This is so really exciting. And like everybody else, we're very excited to be talking about parking versus other conversations where it's like, oh, we're talking about parking. We finally at least can point to, here's some real data, and then also some information on what we can do about it. First thing, your presentation adds a bunch compared to the memo and answers a number of questions I presented to the city manager. I don't know if there is a page on our website about parking, but if you could get this posted, I think that'd be helpful. I think there's a lot of folks that would be interested in this presentation. To your question about examining potential changes on time limits, potential changes on paid parking to optimize capacity, where we're hitting that 80% level. Yes, all the above. We want to see the options in your recommendation of what to do on a very granular basis to say, not just for the defined areas, do we need to change paid parking, but also the mix. Is there any recommendations you have saying, given our 2-hour, 4-hour, free, paid, et cetera, in the mix, looking at those options there? Councilmember Falcone had mentioned this on a couple of issues, but definitely want to look at the analysis to see where we might be losing information in the averaging. If we've got real-time data and you're saying, even when you look at this daily on some of the most sunny days compared to the most rainy days, that we're hitting this 80-90% occupancy, is there a way to reverse it and say, how many times were we above 90% during the study area, and be able to look at things that way so we're not losing information in the averaging? A couple things that I would like to see as adds not mentioned. I think it's going to be really important to continue data collection beyond the expiration of the contract in July so that we can start to compare year-over-year data and also look at the result of any changes that we make. The information you have on the parking garage, especially in the lower level, is striking. One of the other things I'd like to look at is, are there improvements that we can make in the lower level of the parking garage to make it more inviting to deal with the issue of, people do not want to be in there, and maybe there's some improvements that can happen there. I support Councilmember Sweet's consideration of enforcement of the move to evade. And the other thing I'd like to see as an add is additional places to monitor. For example, we're talking about all these employee parking, and we've said, okay, we've got the lower part of the garage. We also have the western lot for the employee parking and the parking on First Street. Can we look at expanding the monitoring to see how much that's being used, and start to look at, here's some areas that are also available for downtown parking. They're a little further out, but what's the utilization there? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, like my colleagues, very glad that we're doing this work. So thank you, Kimberly and the rest of the team. My first comment is just a simple one about the title of the study. You call it the Downtown Parking Study, but it's also the Waterfront Park Parking Study. So kind of two separate things. So make sure that we're looking at those. I know that they're interrelated, but Houghton is a ways from downtown. You know, I think what's different here, and I think we need to be very clear on how we tell the story to the public, how we introduce this information, and how we ultimately make decisions. And I think what's different here, obviously, is that we have a much more robust data set. And so we've had continued conversations over the last many decades. Why is this different? It's because we have good information which to base, I think, more informed decisions on. And so I think we just need to be very clear on the story behind this and why we're taking action or hope to take action. I'm glad that we're invested in the equipment, but I, like Deputy Mayor, wanted to see more robust kind of details and was looking for not just the PowerPoint file, but some type of report or some more access to the information. And what I mean by that is I just want to get a base understanding. I mean, how many stalls are 2-hour limited? How many stalls are ADA? How many stalls are EV? How many stalls are 4-hour? You know, just where they're located. And then how does the 2-hour versus the 4-hour compare to each other, or no time limits? When you look at the data, I know that we're looking at day of week and by the hour and stuff, but just some of the different dynamics and how you manage parking and what we're seeing from that, those different management techniques. And like a block by block kind of thematic maps of some of that. I've had the opportunity, and I don't get as excited anymore about reviewing parking data because I've been doing it all my life. But I've seen other agencies show like thematic maps, color coded by blocks. You can really see kind of what the blocks, that really attract the high utilization, the ones that don't, just because they're a few blocks away from where people want to be, right? But I think that's important to understand because that does go into the parking pricing policy. Regarding the employee parking, I do believe there's a lot of interrelationships between how we are managing parking overall to why that lower level isn't being utilized as robustly as one would think. And as some firsthand knowledge of some family members that work downtown, they may not use that that lower parking lot because they can park on the street, like Councilmember Sweet mentioned. But also because they might not know that they can get employee a park permit for that lower lot. So there's a lot more there, I think, that we can really explore. And then I've been advocating this since before on council, and I know the city manager, I've talked to him about this repeatedly, is the wayfinding and the dynamic wayfinding. If we can tell people where there isn't parking, then they're not circling around blocks, or where there is parking, then they can go right there. So it's not just about static wayfinding, it's about dynamic wayfinding. And some of my colleagues already mentioned this, but I fully support also talking about the bike parking. I have an e-bike and I actually don't park it downtown because I'm afraid that it's going to get taken or stolen. And if I know that, but if I knew of a safe place for it, I would go there. And so I think about those that visit. And if someone who visits regularly, isn't comfortable, what about our visitors, who want to bike there? So I think there's more than just the bike parking, but it's where that is, how accessible it is, how safe it is, would be something I'd be wanting to see more of. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm, Councilmember Sweet is keeping an eye on you for me. Do you have anything you want to add?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I had the same thought, Kimberly, that you could tell everybody is so excited about this subject. It reminds me of my first meeting, and we talked about street cuts and how exciting that was. So thank you for this presentation. You have received some really, really useful feedback. The couple things I'm going to focus on is bike parking and biking infrastructure. And by the way, did everybody know there's a tire pump at the Kirkland Library? So, and that might be a spot where we can create a bike hub that provides electrification options. The additional data that I think would be interesting is parking infractions. I'm actually surprised at the how long people are staying in parking spaces, because I suspect that there are some actors that just pay the ticket. So it would be interesting to see what we're seeing both in parking fractions in our lots and on the street, and what we can glean from that. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone.
All right, everyone, I want the same amount of enthusiasm for East King County Regional Water Association Water Rights Application Interest. That does not roll off the tongue. City Manager.
Well, it is true that water is just as interesting and even more necessary than parking for life. So this is another one where this is an appetizer. We're going to be coming back to the council in March with more information on this. So we wanted to give the council some background on the East King County Water, I can't roll it off my tongue either, Regional Water Association Water Rights Application. So here to give that presentation is our Interim Public Works Director, Chuck Deaver, as well as Michelle Campbell from RH2 Engineering, who helped with a lot of the analysis to get us where we are. So welcome, Chuck.
Yes, thank you very much, and good evening, Mayor Curtis, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and members of the council. As was prefaced, I'm here once again to talk to you about water and the city's water supply and future potential water supply. And as City Manager Triplett mentioned, I am joined today by Michelle Campbell from RH2 Engineering. She's with our consulting firm that we hired to help us with updating our water systems plan, and they happen to be available to assist us in navigating this really complex water rights issue. So what we'll be providing you tonight is just a briefing on the East King County Regional Water Association, which I'll call ECRA, and the Seattle Public Utilities Water Rights Applications. It was a joint application that was done, and what it means for us in terms of our options to retain those water rights and opt in or out. I will not be asking for any kind of vote tonight at the council meeting, but we are looking for some direction on future follow-up. We do intend on bringing this subject back on March 5th for a vote from council. So if you are looking for additional information, I will be seeking that after this presentation. So back in the 90s, the city of Kirkland, before it became a member of the Cascade Water Alliance, was a member of ECRA. And so ECRA and SPU put together a joint application for these two water rights, for groundwater and for surface water coming out of the Snoqualmie Aquifer, so the river and the aquifer itself. And the Department of Ecology was overseeing that application. There was a little bit of work done in the early 90s on this for development, just to do some studying, but it kind of fell by the wayside and was dormant. And it wasn't until very recently that the Department of Ecology in 2023 came back to ECRA and SPU and said, you need to either develop the application, including studies on it to determine the viability of that water source and making it a beneficial water source, or withdraw your application. So that's when ECRA, looked at that. SPU looked at that. SPU had indicated that they were interested. Of course, by that time in 2023, many of the members had dispersed from ECRA. Kirkland voted to leave ECRA in 1999 and subsequently joined CWA. So former members and current members do have ownership interest still in these two water rights applications. So in November, ECRA members did vote to assign those rights to any of their former or current members so that they can choose to retain the ownership in those applications. So hopefully you follow me so far. And my apologies, the slides are a little bit text heavy, but we want to just make sure that you had the full breadth of the background. In terms of discussion, I think it's important to note that there was an equity calculation that was conducted way back in 2001, and at that time, it was determined that Kirkland held an 8.3% share in ECRA's portion of the interest, and we're assuming that ECRA and SPU have equal shares, so potentially 50%, 50%, although there's a lot of paperwork that date back to the 90s that we're still, sorting through. If the members, many of the members there, I think there are 17 right now who are former or current members of ECRA that could potentially take part in this. If they opt out, then the remaining members' shares will increase. So as of this writing, we know that there are 5 agencies that have opted out, and there are quite a few more who are just waiting and seeing. So SBU has, as I mentioned, expressed interest in moving forward with the application, and they can't really do so until ECRA indicates whether it's in or out. And ECRA, in turn, is waiting for all of its members to indicate whether they're in or out. So it's kind of a domino game here, and everybody's waiting for everybody else. So we've been given, as a City of Kirkland and as an ex-member, until March 15th to provide our opt-in or opt-out information to ECRA. So let's talk a little bit about the finances. Way back in the 90s, there was a development study that was conducted, and at that time, they put in $721,000 into this development study. So all of the members contributed. That's how our 8.3% share was calculated based on what Kirkland had contributed to the development study. Initial estimates from that time, if you factor in inflation for today's dollars, would cost for development, would cost the project $200 million to develop, fully develop with transmission lines and treatment facilities and so forth. So assuming that SPU and ECRA are split evenly and all current and former members of ECRA have opted in, Kirkland's minimum share would be $8.3 million for the development. Now, every time an agency opts out, Kirkland's share goes up by 1%, so the development cost for the city would increase about $1 million. So we did some preliminary calculation on all of this, given those who have early on indicated that they were opting out, and we're looking at approximately $21 million so far in development costs if we develop this out to, the $200 million that this project would cost all of the members. So maintaining interest in the applications themselves don't actually obligate us anyway financially, but in order for the Department of Ecology to process the application, all of the members and SPU would have to commit to providing resources to this project. So we would have to commit to dedicating money so that they could actually build out the transmission lines and so forth. So, we asked whether there was a legal obligation for us to contribute money. Currently not, and currently if we said, we're going to keep and retain our application rights, we don't have that obligation, but as soon as they start moving forward with development schedule and the development project, we would have to get some skin in the game. So that's kind of where we're at. Let's see. So a little bit about what the Snoqualmie Aquifer would offer us in terms of water volume. Assuming that 8.3% equity share, we would have access to 5.19 million gallons daily, so MGDs. If we do the calculations based on those who have opted out already, we're looking at a little over 13 MGD. Currently, what we use is approximately 4 MGD, and in the peak summer months, we're using approximately 9 MGD. So again, there's a lot of question marks regarding all of this, and a lot of the entities are turning to each other, asking the same questions of each other. I had a conversation with the city of Bellevue. They're pretty much in the same position that we're in right now, where they're gathering some information talking to one another, and just nobody has really speculated as to the value of those water rights or the value of the potential water that we would obtain from these water rights. Just in some preliminary discussions amongst staff, if we look at what we're paying Cascade, it's roughly $4,375 per MGD. So we use about 4 a day, so that's about $17,500 MGD. So factor that out. That's potentially an opportunity. That's an opportunity cost. However, there are a lot of factors in that, including the overhead, maintaining the infrastructure, and an additional factor that we learned and RH2 helped us kind of navigate was the fact that this water source is interruptible, so it may not meet supplies and necessary demand in the summer months. And so if you ask some experts, they might say because it's interruptible and it's not reliable, the value of it might go down. So if you were to sell that right to somebody else, they might not want an interruptible source. So some of these things, again, we're having some complex discussions about, and Michelle can talk a little bit more about that. So where does this all tie into our discussion with the Cascade Water Alliance? We have been in communication with them. They are aware of the situation. There are probably about 5 members that are currently Cascade Water Alliance members that were also ECRA members and that and are opting in or out of these water rights. So staff had engaged with their attorney and got some information. Essentially, members may not bring a new water supply asset online without the Cascade Water Board's approval. Any member that opts in to retain its interest can decide whether to offer that share to Cascade, and at that time, the Cascade Board would make a vote. We also found out is any independent water resource that we bring on would reduce the amount of water that Cascade is obligated to provide us. So it might net zero. I mean, there's a lot of factors in all of that. So also keep in mind that Kirkland's ratepayers have been and will continue to contribute to Cascade's Water Supply Development Fund to develop out lake taps. So that's the other factor that we have to think about when we look at all of our available water source for emergency and for the future. And with that, I wanted to turn this over to Michelle Campbell to talk a little bit more about RH2's technical analysis of all of this.
Thank you. So as part of RH2's work on assisting the city with this question about whether to retain your interest in this water right, we had our water rights expert pour through the water rights documents and make an evaluation of what limitations the Department of Ecology might put on these water rights if they did approve it. And his evaluation indicated that there would be significant hurdles to the processing and approval of the water right that ecology would place on it. And that's primarily because these, as Chuck mentioned, these are interruptible water rights that are based on the stream flow in the Snoqualmie and Snohomish rivers. And so what that means is that there's some days within the summer that you might not be able to utilize this water right. You can't withdraw it from the aquifer. And those are days when you need that high water demand the most. As an alternative to just not using that water supply during the summer, you can prepare a mitigation plan that allows you to use the water during the summer, but those mitigation plans are significant efforts to develop, both in terms of cost and time. So for all those reasons, this potential water source here would be less reliable water supply source for future water system planning that we are doing for the city right now.
Now, if the city did decide to maintain your interest in this water right, it would be included as part of your water supply portfolio, just alongside your Cascade water supply option. The city also does have 4 other water rights that are currently certificated. They're not interruptible. They're just not being used by the city right now. So, and as Chuck mentioned, your Cascade Water Alliance agreement and ensures that Cascade will develop future water supply sources to meet all of your needs in the future. It's something that you're paying for, to develop those future sources. But if you do maintain your interest in this water right, you could potentially be paying 2 entities for developing that future supply to meet your future needs. This chart that I have up here just shows what the future supply capacity options might be with the different scenarios if you were to add to Cascade's water supply your existing Kirkland water rights, and if you were to add the Snoqualmie Aquifer water rights. As we mentioned, Cascade is basically saying the city they'll develop future water supply to whatever capacity the city needs. So for the purposes of this chart, I've shown the Cascade supply capacity as what's your physical capacity in the future. So that's in the order of about 18 million gallons. We've also did a rough estimate of your build-out maximum day demand. That number is being refined with the development of the water system plan, but we've estimated that to be around 16 million gallons. Now, as we said, that the Snoqualmie Aquifer water right is around 5 MGD, and that's shown in that crosshatch kind of light blue color on the chart. As you see that that 5 million gallons actually takes away from what that Cascade, water supply might provide you in the future. Similarly, if you were to develop a well and utilize the city's currently owned water rights that are shown in the yellow there, that would reduce the supply amount that Cascade is obligated to the city. But there are some benefits to developing the city's own water rights. Some of those are those water rights are located here in the city within a mile of where we're all sitting here. The Snoqualmie Aquifer and Seattle's water supply are tens, hundreds of miles away. So if there was a catastrophic event that took out the Seattle supply, you would still have a source here within the city that you own and can control. Also, this Department of Ecology is changing some policies around their water rights. There is some discussion and rumor that for a water right such as the cities, that if you don't have infrastructure that is currently in place to utilize those water rights, the ecology could rescind those in the future. But again, the ecology has not finalized that policy quite yet, but it is something that's being talked about. So I do implore you all to consider, what are your goals for your future water supply, and how the Snoqualmie Aquifer water rights play into that. Are you looking for additional reliability? Are you looking for diversity in your supply sources? Are you looking for something that you can control yourself? And with that, I'll bring it back to Truck.
Thank you, Michelle. And just to wrap this up, again, staff's seeking direction from council. I do want to add that SPU has reached out to all of the potentially interested members to request that we set up a meeting, and that meeting's been scheduled for March 4th, so that we can talk about what they envisioned their project to be, and how they would build this out and what the expectations would be. So we're hoping that we might get some numbers and some additional information that we can bring to you on March 5th regarding potential development costs or whatever else. So we'll be doing that at that time. Again, March 5th is when we'll be bringing this item back for your vote on whether to withdraw or retain our water rights. So I'm happy to answer any questions at this time or take any direction.
Thank you, Truck. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Mayor. Happy to go first. I was thinking Mayor, Councilmember Sweet was signed up
Didn't
first.
see her.
Well, thank you for this. It was really interesting, actually, reading the history here and, not knowing about some of these water rights. I'm gonna, largely defer to staff's recommendation on, whether to pursue this. I think it's really a value proposition as to whether it makes sense, given all the other things on the table. I did want to kind of probe at some additional information that I read about, and that was the Kirkland standalone water rights. That was really interesting to learn about. And a question about that, I was wondering if any of those existing standalone water rights, are any of those wells or sources like potable water, or are they sources that would take investment in treating and or it's to make them drinkable?
Well, there's currently no infrastructure in place to get that water out of the ground, so we would need to drill a new well. There is one that Cochrane Springs is in Watershed Park, so might not necessarily need to drill a well depending on where that water is available now. So you would need to do some testing to determine whether there would need to be treatment added to a well infrastructure.
One of the things that I've run across just in my in the region was, I don't know if any of you have ever traveled up to Snohomish County and the 164th corridor just by Ashway Park and Ride, and it's a really interesting thing because I couldn't understand why there was this parking lot that was always full of cars, and it was kind of just like off the side of the road, and I couldn't ever figure out what was going on. But it was the Alderwood Water District, and they have an artesian well there that people come from miles around to fill up their jugs of water, and it's free. It's totally free. And it's just a water source. And it was just something really cool. Obviously, they have water rights, and people are taking advantage of it, but it's artesian well so that people that don't want to have drink treated water, they come and they fill up their jugs, and it's a service to the community based upon that agency's water rights. So it just got me thinking about Kirkland and how, whether that's a possibility at some point in the future with these other. It's just kind of totally out of the box, and I don't know when else we talk about these kind of things, but that was something that just came to my mind. So, thank you.
Yeah, so that's possible that a structure like that could exist in Watershed Park. I don't have the answer as to whether the aquifer supports that right now.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Mayor. I too am interested in protecting those existing well rights and from relinquishment, and also interested in investments we can make to look at those for resiliency. I think from an emergency management standpoint, definitely would want to make some capital investments there. I too will be looking at the staff recommendation for whether we want to develop these supplies, but my particular concern here is also these are water rights that have value, and I am concerned about relinquishing the Snoqualmie water rights just out of hand, and wondering, you mentioned the cascade rates on this. There's some value there, and I'm not sure how we capture the value, and want to make sure that we're protecting the city's financial interests as well, and would like some more information before we make a decision on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Most definitely, and we are looking into that and talking to our neighbors regarding it. I know Bellevue has expressed an interest in wanting to get together and potentially have all of the member agencies who are also part of CWA get together and say, what can we do collectively with these water rights? Some more to come on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
Well, this is a fun conversation, and it's kind of funly timed as well, since Cascade is in deep negotiations with Seattle and Tacoma over the future of water for the next 40 to 50 years. When you say opt out, 5 agencies have opted out, does that mean walk away?
Correct.
Okay,
They have
that's what I
signed
thought.
documentation indicating they will not retain their right.
The other question I have is, whose date is March the 15th? Is that the Department of Ecology, or is that Seattle?
I think SPU has been trying very hard to get ECRA to provide an answer, and so the former Secretary Treasurer, I think it's Laura Keogh, has been serving as the point of contact and has been sending the ex-members these dates. We've been successful in pushing the date back a couple of times now, so if we need more time, we could potentially
again.
persuade them.
Yeah, well, that was going to be my comment, is pending the conversation that you have with the agency, with SPU, on the 2nd, I think you said it was, we might want to be prepared to push back again. My understanding is that Seattle's interest in the water right is fairly self-serving because of the placement of the water right in conjunction with the Tolt River, which is one of the major water sources for the Seattle system. The other question I have is, we're not looking at our full body of water here. North Shore and Woodinville water both supply areas in Kirkland. I think North Shore might have about 1/3 of the city. So it would be helpful when you come back to get a sense of the relationship between, I know it's a different relationship than we have with Cascade, but it might be the opportune time for us also to look at what our relationship could potentially be with North Shore, as we are the major agency. I think we have a right of purchase if we wanted to. So let's not leave that out of the equation when we're looking at the water. And that's all I got.
Thank you, water expert. Councilmember Black.
May I just add one note that the city of Kirkland serves just a little bit over half of the city limits, the drinking water.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to add my voice to the, I guess mainly to Deputy Mayor, who, like him, I'm very cognizant of the fact that these water rights have value, potentially future value to Kirkland, but also potentially value to others. In connection with that, I wanted to say that, I think we have a pretty good understanding, we have pretty good information about what situation we are in the city of Kirkland with respect to our current usage and our forecasted usage in the future. I'm kind of curious whether there are neighboring agencies or other former or current members, or even, we obviously have a lot of visibility into CWA's current needs and their forecasted needs in the future. But we also have North Shore that I almost said Mayor Sweet, but what I meant was Councilmember Sweet just mentioned. So North Shore kind of plays in this too, and just understanding if anyone else is differently situated than the city of Kirkland, if that makes sense. I think it'd be helpful for us to have some visibility into what the full ecosystem looks like.
And I think it's important to note that there are a good number of members or former members of ECRA that don't have access to a full supply of water to meet their demands. We do, we're fortunate, we're with CWA, but not all of them are, so that may be a reason why some of them opt in. I do want to mention the only agency that has completed paperwork to opt in is Sammamish Plateau. I've made multiple attempts to reach them before this meeting, but have not been successful, so I will make sure that I connect with either the commissioner there or the general manager to better understand the decision for opting in, so I'll have more information for you next month.
Thank you. And I want to follow up, because you mentioned Sammamish. I am curious, in connection with that, whether, I don't know if we know the answer to this question, but it's something for us to understand, is whether opt-in, members who are opting in to the RWA rights, are they going to be, how will development costs be allocated? I can imagine, for example, if you're Sammamish, you're very close to these sources. You're much closer to these sources than Kirkland is. We just learned, I guess, thank you, that Seattle is actually closer than we think because their supply line runs through this area. And so imagining, we're just talking simplistically, they're thinking all we got to do is tap into our existing supply line. I don't know if we're in that same situation. I don't know what situation we're in, but you can imagine Sammamish having a much, in their minds, having much lower infrastructure costs, and might suggest that we'll pay for our, quote unquote, our supply lines, which are going to be much shorter than Kirkland supply lines and Bellevue's supply lines. So I think I'd want to make sure we understand that too. Is it just going to be based on, pro rata based on MGD allocation, or is it actually going to be, hey, we'll pay for the supply lines to our community, and then you, Seattle, and everyone else, you guys figure out how you're going to share allocation of costs for the longer supply lines. So I want to make sure we understand that too. Does that make sense?
That's a good question. I'll make sure to ask that question on March 4th when we meet with SPU.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, Councilmember Falcone. Had that written
Thank you,
down.
Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Chuck and Michelle. Madam Mayor, I did actually really enjoy reading this memo, so I am excited about this part of our study session as well. I never thought I'd get so excited about water. For years, I've heard our former mayor get really excited about water, and I've kind of piqued my interest a little bit, but the discussions we've been having recently around Cascade and also around this East King County Regional Water Association water rights application interest, that is a mouthful, but I wanted to say it one time to see if I could get tongue twisted or not. But it actually really does fascinate me, and I just want to lend support to what I'm hearing from Councilmember Sweet and Councilmember Black as well around, because we're making these decisions related to water, I would really love to have the bigger picture on, some of the things that Councilmember Sweet mentioned, and really just get a better grasp on, you mentioned current usage within, I think I'm hearing within like the roughly 50% that Kirkland serves, and then I want to know what the water usage is during regular and peak for the rest of the city of Kirkland. Also, what are our projections for the future? This is all really helpful information that would help us determine whether we feel like we need to hold on to this asset or whether it's something that we don't need to hold on to. So, and could this potentially help serve if there's going to be a projected future gap in the area that Kirkland currently doesn't serve, right? Like I feel like I would like to get a better grasp on that bigger picture going into that. So I don't know if that looks like a memo at the next meeting or if it's, meetings, small group meetings or something between now and our next meeting, just to help provide that bigger picture. That would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Falcone. I think Michelle framed this in an interesting way. It is a very complex subject, and we are going to be talking about water all next year. And I like, I like the way Michelle framed. I'm looking for a rubric. And Michelle said, do we care about reliability? Do we care about diversity? Or do we care about control? And I need all of these options sort of laid out for me, and we can, line up which one is the clearer path forward. I had the same thoughts that were already expressed here. What's driving the March 15 deadline, and what would be the ramifications if we just don't make it? Because I feel like we're a little rushed here. And it's difficult if we choose to walk away. Water's worth money. And it feels like there should be some financial payback for giving up our water rights in this. And then, we're all thinking about climate change, global warming, the need for reliable water sources. And I'm actually curious how tribal rights fit in, both in the Snoqualmie River. And oddly, the thought that crossed my mind was we do have 11 watersheds. We are adjacent to the lake. What kind of rights do we have there if there is an emergency? And that's probably a whole different conversation, but it did pique my curiosity. I think that when you come back on the 5th, we're going to have a lot more questions. I don't know if we're going to be able to make a decision at that point, but thank you for this, both of you. City Manager, any other thoughts on that?
But I think Michelle wanted to add something. Go ahead.
Yes, I do have a couple answers to some of your questions. So the tribal water rights and their interests will play out as the applications are being processed by the Department of Ecology.
So that's an unknown.
That's part of the, that's a significance of those in-stream flow limitations and all of that will, and the mitigation that's required will have to be something that is approved by the tribes. And then in terms of the lake and access to water supply there, the city does have water rights that is currently being used for irrigation where you pump out of that. And there is some stipulations from the Department of Health and Ecology where you can utilize water supply without a water right in an emergency situation. But you'd need to develop that well, just as you would for the water right that you already own right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. The only thing I would add is I think you've asked all the right questions and asked for all the right information. I don't know that it's possible to get all that information from you in the next month for the information that you want. I know Councilmember Sweet's still spent a decade learning all this. It's just a really complicated subject. So we'll do the best we can. And some of the things are unknowable, like what is the value of the water in the short term? We can get proxies for it. But so we're going to do the best we can, which is why we're bringing it to the policy makers. But there is a finite amount of time and a finite capacity to the council for your ability to get all the background as well. So we'll try to do our best to summarize the key issues. Thank you very much for the time on this.
Yes, thank you, and thank you both. So I think this concludes our study session, and we will take a quick break and be back at 7:30. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're back in session following a study session on K-Tub operating options, a downtown parking study, update, and East King County Regional Water Association water right applications. We do not have any honors and proclamations to present tonight, so we will move immediately to items from the audience.
Mayor, our first speaker is Debbie Lacey, and she's virtual. She'll be followed by Lanny Brockman and Matthew Davis.
Ms. Lacey.
Oh, we don't see her in the list. Shall we go to Lanny?
Yes, Ms. Brockman. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Lonnie Brockman. I am the retired artistic director of Studio East. And first of all, I'm here for a couple reasons, but I want to thank you guys for all of your support during my tenure at the studio, because we really wouldn't be here still without the city. And in addition to that, I would like to introduce our new artistic director, Carolyn Egan. I could not be happier to have her take my place. She's better than me. So you guys are, it's going to be great having her here and moving forward with the studio and all of the activities that we're planning, that she's planning. And so I just wanted to give you guys an opportunity to hear her voice. And Carolyn, come on down.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. As Lonnie mentioned, I'm Carolyn Egan. I just joined the studio about 6 months ago and just moved here to Washington at the same time. So I'm super excited to be here. And I'm most excited about how amazing the relationship between Studio East and the city has been for the history of Lonnie's amazing tenure of 31 years. And I'm hoping to continue that. So I'm very looking forward to meeting each of you and talking to you about our plans going forward. We're obviously super excited about moving into our new space starting in April, as you guys were just talking about the K-Tub space. So we're excited to release that back to the city and all the great work that's going to be happening there. And it's really a pleasure to meet all of you, and just know my door is always open, and I'm looking forward to more conversations.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm going to take a quick pause because I made a rookie mistake. And I forgot to read the preamble to items of the audience. So I didn't set the ground rules, and big mistake on my part. So bear with me, everyone. Okay, we're going to take a quick little shift, and then we'll go back. This is the time in our meeting where we normally hear from the public on matters that are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing, on which there is none scheduled this evening. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments each on both sides of the issue. If you're present either in person or virtually and would like to address the council during the items of audience period, please sign up using the online public comment instruction link or in person using the posted QR code. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Committee members are being called in the order they signed up to speak. Items from the audience is an important part of our business meeting, and we ask everyone to be treated with kindness and respect. We ask that you please do not clap or applaud after a speaker or express your disagreement with the speaker. We want everyone in Kirkland to feel welcome, expressing their viewpoints regardless of content. And thank you both for following the rules, even though I didn't tell you what they were beforehand. So we will move forward to, who's next?
Our next speaker is Matthew Davis. We do have Debbie, or Lacey, that we are trying to connect, but not yet. So,
okay, Mr.
Matthew Davis and Paul Quinn.
Hi, my name is Matthew Davis. I'm an attorney. I represent Brent and Penny Wood, who are right here. I've represented them for 25 years. As long as I've known them, they've owned 2 parcels of commercial property in the South Juanita neighborhood. It's the triangular tip right as you come into the area from the north. And for the longest time, they were trying to develop it, and nothing ever came of it. We weren't exactly quite sure why. And a few years ago, they decided to sell it. And so we looked more deeply into it. And as it turns out, the zoning has an unusual provision for their properties. And what it says is in the and actually, which further research made me discover actually originated in the comprehensive plan. So the comprehensive plan that was in place had a provision that said, in the triangular parcel between 98th Avenue Northeast and 100th Avenue Northeast, office and multifamily should also be allowed, but not restaurant, tavern, or neighborhood-oriented retail due to its prominent location when entering the district and its proximity to the East Ridge area, which is residential. So the triangular parcel consists of 2 parcels. And so your comprehensive plan took the time to state a limitation. And the zoning, which is JDB 6 here, allows for taverns, restaurants, and neighborhood retail. So they carved out of the allowed use in the actual zone that it has some of the primary uses you might want to have. And I've been a real estate attorney for about 30 years, and I've read dozens of comprehensive plans, but I've never encountered one quite like Kirkland's. Because most comprehensive plans that I've seen talk about sort of the big picture, the 20,000-foot view, the vision for the future. But your comprehensive plan has a number of sections that get down to the nitty-gritty of 2 lots or 3 lots. I found 5 different sections that pertain to 3 parcels or less. My understanding is that the planning department is of a mind to eliminate some or all of those provisions and to just allow it to go back into the actual zoning that it has. And I would encourage you guys to give that consideration and to do it. And I guess my points would be that I know that provision in the zoning code was enacted in 2002. West Seattle is my own hangout, but if I look at the changes in that area from 2002 to now, it's a different place. And I presume that Kirkland is too. And I don't know that a limitation like that on 2 specific parcels necessarily makes sense today.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
I apologize, but your time is up.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Have you been in touch with our planning and building
I
department?
have, and if I may say, your planning department is superlative. I deal with planning departments all over the place. I love you guys. I absolutely love you guys. You listen to what I have to say. You may not agree with it, and that's fine, but I've never felt like I wasn't heard. I've never felt like I wasn't listened to, and I've never thought the planning people I dealt with were doing anything other than their level best to carry out policy. So yeah, you guys, honestly, we have, and thank you. Kudos to them.
Thank you.
Sure.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the compliment, but you are over your time.
Okay, did anybody have a question? Or I don't know, did you say if anybody had questions, or does that, oh, no, we're my time for that too?
You're welcome to send us an email.
Oh, no, I'm fine. I said what I needed to say. I told you guys what I wanted to say, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, your next speaker is Paul Quinn, and we're still working on Debbie.
Okay,
And
Mr.
Ken McKenzie will follow.
Okay, Mr. Quinn?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Paul Quinn, and I live in Sammamish, and I'm an individual that cares about recycling, composting, and reducing what we send to the landfill. I've learned about Kirkland through public record requests. Let's start with an important fact from a King County survey of trash sent to the landfill, which shows that 2/3 of what is sent to the landfill can be either recycled or composted. So 2/3 of our trash is actually not trash. Tonight I'm going to walk you through the first of 3 handouts I emailed you, this one here. The first table reflects the tonnage disposed of by categories for 2022 and 2023. The second table shows how the city's tonnage is disposed of. Most notably, 54% of what the city disposes of goes to the landfill. That amount is worse versus 2022. It's a good time to note that if 54% is going to the landfill, only 46% is diverted to recycling and composting. The third table down shows the diversion rate for each category here. So what you see is commercial multifamily locations divert just 24% and 31% respectively. So essentially about 3/4 of what they dispose of goes to the landfill. 3/4. Table 4 reflects the missed opportunity that I noted at the start of my talk. Since 2 out of 3 pounds we put in the landfill could be recycled or composted, then last year Kirkland could have diverted an additional 23,000 tons to recycling or composting. Wow. The next section reflects the urgency we face as each month Kirkland sends to landfill another 1,900 tons. In Table 5, you see the categories listed, and the red indicates where the category does not have a food scraps container, yard waste container. It's striking most of the city's businesses, 805 of them, don't have a food scraps container. It's more striking that 1,117 of our 1,399, or about 80% of our multifamily locations, have no way for their residents to compost their food scraps. Handouts 2 and 3 provide recommendations for improving our diversion rates, and I'll review those recommendations in detail at a future meeting. This City Council is active in supporting climate change initiatives, as indicated by your Sustainability Master Plan. That said, on page 46 of the plan, it indicates that in 2018, Kirkland's single-family diversion rate was just 55.4%. 5 years later, the single-family diversion rate is actually worse at just 54%. We can do better. I believe the people of Kirkland want to live sustainably. They need the tools and they need to receive individual diversion feedback about how they're doing, like the PSC Energy Report we all now receive. Feedback is a catalyst for change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Thank you for your passion on this. And do we have your contact information to respond? Yes, we do. Okay, thank you.
We're ready for Debbie Lacey.
We are.
Followed by Ken McKenzie.
Thank you. Ms. Lacey, welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor Curtis, members of the council, Debbie Lacey, Eastside for All, a Kirkland resident, and also the mom of a child who will become a teen this summer. I had 2 statements prepared, actually, depending on how the study session earlier went regarding the KTUB Teen Center, and I'm happy to proceed with statement option A. Thank you to the City Parks and Community Services staff, Recreation staff, and Human Services staff for not just your presentation earlier tonight, but the extensive amount of work, thoughtful planning, and collaboration that has gone into the vision for KTUB. Thank you to the council for your strong showing of support a year ago and tonight. This is not just a great partnership for the operation of a teen center, but something that, because of the city's commitment and leadership in operating the center in partnership with community-based organizations, there's a stronger connection that can be made between youth and the city. Youth from all backgrounds will see KTUB as a safe, inclusive, and fun space for them, knowing that the city highly values and cares for them and is investing in their well-being in this very meaningful way. We've also heard a lot of excitement and support from families and other nonprofits who serve youth. We know that the lead organizations involved already have strong relationships with local organizations and grassroots groups that serve many different racial and cultural communities. Eastside for All is committed to doing what we can to continue to support the partnerships there, particularly to best serve our Black youth and other populations who experience racial isolation here in Kirkland and the East Side. That's a real priority for us, helping make those connections and bringing resources to more communities so they can engage and take part. I know that's already in the plans based on the vision and the work of Kirkland staff for tomorrow and Youth Eastside Services. We'll be championing KTUB as an important resource for not only the city to sustain, but to help invite the community to fill in gaps, provide for extras, and really take care of the youth to make KTUB a state-of-the-art facility, something that the whole community can be very proud of, and most importantly, that the teens can feel proud of, knowing this is for them, that it's been well-resourced, that they're celebrated there, and offered as many opportunities as possible. I have no doubt that the city will come up with solid funding plans, and I encourage the Kirkland community to watch for ways that we can all help and make sure our young people are impressed by the facility and the welcoming they experience each time they come. Thank you again, everyone there, for your support. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the work that you do in all of our communities. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. McKenzie.
Thank you, Mayor Curtis and Deputy Mayor Arnold and council. So my comments tonight concern the upcoming discussion on the bond. And I went through the packet. I thought it was really cool, but there was a shortage of detail. I really couldn't tell what the bond was going to buy. There were some references to previous discussions, previous meetings, minutes of meetings and presentations and things. And the safe routes to school thing was kind of clear, but the fire stuff was kind of unclear, and I couldn't quite figure out the connection between what we voted for on the levy lead lift for fire and safety and the fire stations and things like that. So when we come up for the second reading, I would be really grateful for a specific list of cool projects that are going to get funded by this. And obviously, it's going to be hard to predict, but that would allow for taking into account inflation and things like that that have happened in the year and a half since we kind of went through the details. So that's all. That's my request. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rimple.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'll keep my comments brief this evening, but I was just doing a little bit of quick math here and recognizing that, the state's population is growing, about 1/3% a year. The nation's growing at a little bit more than that, about 0.4% a year. The world is growing at more than 1% a year population. And so we're just going to keep needing more pools, more bike lanes, more crisis responders, more firefighters. And as I recognize this, I also recognize we'll need more housing, but we're not growing in land mass by 1% a year or 0.5% a year or anything. And so as much as I can empathize with my community's pleas sometimes to preserve the community character, preserve the nature of the place that I live, it's great, and I understand why we want to do that, but the reality is we're just going to have to squeeze a little bit closer year by year and decade by decade, and density will be a necessity. And so as we continue to consider what to do with our community, I appreciate and applaud the leadership that the city engages in order to consider forecasting where we're growing and what we will need and providing for the necessary services and providing for the policies that allow for that too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sharon Sato, and followed by Alex Zimmerman.
Thank you. Ms. Sato.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. On February 1st, I dropped off a letter to each and every one of you about my situation, and it has to do with my backyard and the ADU that's being built virtually in my backyard. Because the homes in Kingsgate have bigger front yards and smaller backyards, the people that built behind me, the developer, put it right on the 10-foot line. And he put a huge window in it, a reflective window, bigger than a picture window. Okay, so that window reflects the sun into my house, and it goes all the way back to my laundry room. And when I'm laying in bed, they're looking right at me. I mean, the picture window is that big. So I'm just asking that something be done about that, because I didn't know it was going to be built, and I'm frustrated. And I feel like the city is not taking into consideration the people that live there already. I am for growth. I think growth is necessary for the city. But I also know that I don't want to be laying in my bed and having somebody look into my bedroom at me while I'm sleeping or napping, and I'm not able to see them because of the reflective glass. And I don't think anybody should be able to have a huge picture window in their bedroom anyway. But anyway, I've been a longtime resident of Kirkland, and the reason I moved here is because I used to live in Seattle and I didn't like that kind of thing. And then I see what's happening in the Central District and the gentrifications that's happening there. And because I'm a senior and I lived on a fixed income, my taxes have gone up like crazy. And pretty soon I won't be able to live there. I'm going to have to move. So I'm really distressed about that. And I've called the city like a number of times. I haven't heard anything back, which is frustrating to me. I know I'm just one person, and maybe one person doesn't matter. But as you develop, there's going to be more people that are going to be upset that they haven't had a chance to look to see what the new development is like. So when I used to look out of my bedroom window, I used to see the sky and I used to see the trees. Now I see this big gray building and this big window, and I don't know who's on the other side of it looking down on me. So I keep my drapes closed all day long because I can't. And I've been told, oh, you can put up some trees. Well, I don't have the money to do that. And I'd have to get mature trees, like maybe 50-foot trees to cover. And I can't put up a barrier because they said, oh, you can only do it 6 feet above my fence, and that wouldn't do anything. So I just want to let you know, I'm really frustrated, and I just would like to know if there's any options for me, because I don't see any options.
I appreciate you coming tonight. I know it takes an effort to come speak to us, and we will follow up with you. I will let you know that we have a $500 tree rebate program going on right now, so we can help you there, but we will follow up with you. So thank you for coming
I
tonight.
appreciate it very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our last speaker is Alex Zimmerman. However, he seems to be engaged in the lobby.
All right, then I think we will close items for the audience and move on to our special guest, and he's on his way in.
I second the motion to close items from the audience.
Nazi Social Working Party, an abbreviation of Nazi. You are a Nazi Socialist Working Party. You're identical to German Nazi with Hitler. Sorry, guys, this is exactly who you are. I know this for 40 years. Sie Heil, my dirty damn Nazi fascist junta.
Mr. Zimmerman,
Yeah.
I understand that you were spoken to and we asked you not to be disruptive, and we do consider that behavior disruptive. So can you continue your comments and not be disruptive?
What is standard you have? What is exactly? I use word Nazi, same like people use them or GOP or everything. You want what is I use? 2 word, legal word, Nazi, Socialist, Working Parties. It's exactly who you are. In another word, I can use word them. Very different. Yeah, exactly, absolutely. This is exactly point. You know what this mean? I use abbreviation, what is absolutely legal. You want what is I use full name? No problem. I can use full name. It will be better when I use Nazi Socialist Working Party with Adolf Hitler. It's exactly who you are. You control us for 40 years, more than German Nazi. Okay, guys, I want to speak right now. Sorry, but I very appreciate you because you're doing not legally. You're acting like a criminal. I'm not. I never broken one rules. Constitution, U.S. Supreme Court, and another dozen court ever for 1 second in open public meeting act 2. Yeah, guys, what is I want speaking about is what is happening at Bellevue. In Bellevue happened situation what is absolutely critical. They appoint Iranian Muslim Muhammad Malakatian, you know what is mean, Amazon management to deputy mayor. The Bellevue Council right now doing something what is absolutely critical for all East Side, for all 500,000 people what is have live inside. They show so they support a corporation. They doing exactly clear fascism what is Mussolini did 100 years ago. You understand? They doing exactly same. Why this happen? If what is this will be for everybody very dangerous. For another couple of years, they bring 30,000 Amazonian in Bellevue. They plan for another 20 years, 200,000 people. Moses will be Amazonian or another corporation. You know what has happened with everything? And I don't talking about housing, rent, food, transportation, in another BS, you know what this mean? We all will be disappear. I live here for 40 years. I'm a local patriot, not because I'm very stupid, because it don't have sense. Why Bellevue? A pure fascist, you know what this mean? Because it's exactly what has happened when you support a corporation, you know what this mean? Why destroyed?
Mr. Zimmerman, your time's up.
Thank you very much. See you next time.
Before commenting, or before continuing, I want to offer a comment on behalf of City Council. The statements we heard tonight were hurtful and offensive to our community. The City Council does not condone those comments. We are committed to making Kirkland a safe, inclusive, and welcoming place for all. At the same time, Items for the Audience provides an opportunity for community members to express their views to council regardless of content. And our next speaker knows a lot about exactly what I was just speaking to. Councilmember Balducci, it is a pleasure to see you.
Thank you so much. One moment.
City Manager, do you have any introductions you'd like to make?
Well, with just that, it is our privilege to have Councilmember Claudia Balducci, who represents us on the King County Council from District 6, and she checks in with us occasionally to give us an update on what's happening at King County. So very happy to have you in person today.
Thank you
welcome.
so much. Thank you, Mayor Curtis, Deputy Mayor Arnold, Council. Welcome to your new council member, Tim Chisholm. So nice to see you. And thank you for a little bit of time on your agenda. Yes, I once did the math, and I've spent over 2 weeks of my life listening to that gentleman. So appreciate your comments, Mayor. They're very well taken. Yes, I do like to come at least once a year. During COVID, we weren't doing it quite that often, so it's nice to be back on a regular cadence reporting to you all on the goings-on at the King County Council. My name is Claudia Balducci, and I'm the King County Council member for District 6, which includes about 2/3 each of the cities of Bellevue, Kirkland, and Redmond, as well as Mercer Island and the Points communities. Now, I was going to say advance, but there we go, doing it myself. All right. This year, these are the leadership positions that I will hold in the region and at the county. I don't believe I have a slide on all of them. I want to say we're doing a lot of great work at the Regional Water Quality Committee with a focus on long-range cost projections, how those impact rates in the long and short term, and that was very much inspired by Councilmember Sweet, who was a long-term and very active member of the Regional Water Quality Committee, and this year I want to welcome Mayor Curtis, who is joining us there as well. Oops, can I go back? Yeah. It's been a couple of years now, but the district has changed. Just for those watching, it used to go much further north, and now District 6 is wider and shorter, and you can see it includes basically the triangle that includes downtown Bellevue, downtown Kirkland, and downtown Redmond, which in my view is the most awesome district in all of King County. I just want to cover a few quick things and then hopefully answer your questions. One of the biggest things going on in government is our budget. As you all know quite well, our budget is our primary policy document. What we fund is what we can provide. And we are facing at King County a $100 million deficit in our fiscal years 25 and 26. Most all of that is in the general fund. The general fund, I show the pie chart here. It's not the entire county government. The entire county government is $16.2 billion biennially. But this is the most flexible funding we have, and it mostly goes to justice and safety and a variety of other related things. We are seeking some relief in Olympia to try to help us with that deficit, but it is going to be a real challenge, and we are likely to see some major cuts to our general fund. As you know, I work on transportation. I'm very proud to do so and have done so for a long time. Quick updates for you. The Stride BRT, as you all know, construction kicked off last year. And in 2024, WashDOT will continue to lead the construction and communications on this bus rapid transit program. When we baselined this work at Sound Transit, we expected it to open in the third quarter of 2028. Also, I know that the K line is very important to Kirkland and the future of transit in the city. You hopefully will recall that I successfully advocated to add $7 million to our current county budget to continue to advance planning and design. And we're going to keep pushing in 2024 for the next steps, although given our budget challenges, I am less optimistic than I was last year, but that doesn't mean we will stop fighting for the K line to keep advancing. As you may have heard, the East Link Light Rail Starter Line, otherwise known as the 2 line, is going to open at 10 a.m. on Saturday, April 27th, and there will be a kickoff at the downtown Bellevue station, and we'll open 8 light rail stations from South Bellevue to Redmond, and I hope some of you will come join us and take a ride because it's going to be super cool and connect to a lot of great buses that also serve the city here. And then later this year, we'll open the Linwood Light Rail, and next year, downtown Redmond, across the bridge, finally connecting the east side to the west side across the I-90 bridge, and also Federal Way. So a lot of big things coming in transit openings in the next year to 2 years. One of the things I wanted to just point out is I've been doing a lot of work in the last few years, and there's more coming on regional traffic safety. We've done some good work in equity at PSRC. I'm happy to talk about that if you have an interest. But I wanted to spend a moment on safety because sadly, I think every jurisdiction in this county has experienced an increase in serious injuries and deaths on our roadways, and it's just really not acceptable. It's something we can change. And so as president of Puget Sound Regional Council from 21 to 23, I made road safety a major regional priority. We are developing our first ever regional safety plan. We've provided financial support to local governments to create their own safety plans via combined grant applications. And we are incentivizing a safe system approach at all jurisdictions by using our almost $750 million in federal pass-through funding as an incentive. So we hope to really start to see a turn in that upward curve on serious injuries and fatalities. Kirkland has long been made housing a top priority. I know you heard from several members of your public tonight, but it's been quite a few years since the first time I had a delegation from the city of Kirkland come to visit me while I was on the Bellevue City Council to ask to sort of up our game regionally, and you all have really led the way. I know that you understand every person in our community's needs and deserves a safe and healthy place to live. And in our part of King County, this is just increasingly out of reach. This year, we will be adopting housing affordability into comprehensive plans based on an updated set of countywide planning policies. This chart is not really intended for people to read. It's just demonstrative of the detailed level of work that we did at the Affordable Housing Committee and the Growth Management Planning Council to provide very ambitious targets to every single jurisdiction at every level of affordability. And it's going to really make a difference over time as we all individually update our comprehensive plans, including at Kirkland, including at King County. And this could not have happened without the leadership of Mayor Curtis and Councilmember Falcone, both who worked very diligently on this. That it's also going to be a turning point. Just a quick word on King County Regional Homeless Authority. There's a lot of work going on at the KCRHA, including outreach. We're continuing to develop our East Side sub-regional plan and moving towards a rebid of the homelessness service system, which was the goal of creating this authority in the first place, to realign our contracts. Most of our homelessness services are provided through contracts, but to realign those with the outcomes that we want to see. And as you undoubtedly know, we also are having a changeover in leadership and continuing to work on making sure we, sort of have everything needed for this startup organization. On public safety or regional safety and stability, this is an issue I know you hear about frequently. I certainly hear about it frequently. It's top of mind and certainly one of the most important functions of local government to provide safety for our community. And so as chair of the King County Committee of the Whole this year, we will have a focus on gun violence prevention. And there's a new regional approach, the Executive Leadership Advisory Group, led by Executive Constantine, Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell, and Renton Council President Ed Prince. It's a group of regional leaders that is hoping to coordinate and to give more emphasis to regional approach to gun safety. And Councilmember Black has been engaged in that as well. So we were sitting next to each other at the kickoff meeting and sure to be actively engaged in this. I think you're also keenly aware that we will be working on the implementation plan for our crisis care center levy. This is a plan to create a network of 5 crisis care centers across King County, including one for youth, to restore residential treatment beds lost since 2018, and to invest in the recruitment and retention of the behavioral health workforce. It will be a fantastic complement to the Racer Crisis Center program that you all are already in the process of implementing. This will come through the Regional Policy Committee. We've already had an initial briefing, and you are ably represented by Deputy Mayor Arnold on that committee, and then it will come through the county. I wanted to say a quick word about what we're calling the Care and Closure Report at King County. You may recall that a few years ago, there was an initiative to rebuild the juvenile court along with the detention center that was attached to it. And there has since then been a lot of pushback, I think is fair to say, about the use of juvenile detention. Studies have shown that when youth are incarcerated, they tend to have more recidivism, not less, and perpetuating a cycle of harm. So there's been a multi-year effort to study alternatives to the juvenile justice system that bring safety and accountability and healing, and also disrupt the cycle of recidivism. We recently received another report on this effort, and the headline that I want to share with you is that although the King County Executive had committed to closing our juvenile detention facility by 2025, that has been delayed to an unspecified date, while the new system is designed, funded, and implemented because in recognition of the fact that you really need the alternative system in place before you shut down the existing system. I think this might be my last slide. I certainly hope it is. Second to last one. Quick update, and I hope our friends from Studio East are still here. Last year, after almost 2 decades of work, the county passed the Doors Open program, which will contribute over $800 million over 7 years to the arts and culture sector. It has been a dream for a very long time. Inspired by Denver's district, it's funded by a sales tax that is a minimal impact to individuals but makes a very large difference regionally. And we'll be doing the implementation plan for this work this year while also investing the first year worth of funding into one-time operating support, capital grant opportunities. In the ensuing years, we'll also have a public school access program, support for new and emerging community-based culture organizations, arts, heritage, and science. I am committed to, and I believe that Kirkland will do very well with this program, with some of the amazing arts and culture institutions you have here, not only Studio East, but the Performance Center and the Arts Center and so many others. And one thing the county council did was we put a floor of 25% of this funding needs to go to organizations outside of the largest cultural centers. Kirkland, while quite a cultural center, is not among the largest cultural centers, and so hopefully this will really be a benefit to this community. And then I'd just like to point out selected community investments, just a list of some of the things that we're able to direct from our office or we're able to get into various budgets. This picture, I think you all will recognize, is the ribbon cutting at the Friends of Youth Willows Center, a great addition to the homelessness support network, especially for young people. And I wanted to end by thanking Kirkland for being host to this new and amazing facility. And that's the end. So any questions?
Thank you. Anyone have questions for the council member? No. We're letting you off the hook. But I just want to thank you for your service to our community and your continued partnership for decades, almost, it feels like. You know, you really are a strong, accessible ally to the city, and we're grateful that. We appreciate it. So
Thanks so
thank you.
much. Please don't ever hesitate to reach out to our office. We're here to represent you and the community, so we're very happy to be of service. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Okay, we are now moving to the consent calendar. Before we have a motion, I would like to ask Deputy Mayor to present the audit of accounts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $4,499,708.37 and bills in the amount of $8,549,329.76.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Is there a motion to present?
Madam Mayor, I move approval of the consent calendar.
It has been moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Falcone to approve this consent calendar. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The consent calendar is approved 7-0. I believe that moves us to our business. We're trucking along today. We are now moving to our business agenda. Our first item is the legislative session update. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So here to give you that legislative update is our Government Affairs Manager, Diana Hart.
Good evening, Council. So with less than 20 days to go in session, we've passed every origin cutoff and are closing in on our first opposite chamber cutoff. Of the 746 bills that passed the fiscal cutoff committee before your last meeting, 532 survived the chamber of origin cutoff. This means every bill alive must have passed out of a policy committee, fiscal committee, and off the floor of the chamber in which they were first introduced, and now must pass all those same hurdles again in the other chamber, unless they're NTIB or necessary to implement the budget, in which case they might skip some of those steps or at least are exempt from some deadlines. Kirkland's tracking list is now down to 112 bills. Which takes us to the core of why I'm here tonight, an update on our legislative priorities. Starting with transit-oriented development, despite the TOD bill having some uncertainty coming out of the House Fiscal Committee, this bill has continued to truck along with some decent momentum, making it out of the opposite policy committee already. As committees are cranking out a lot of work right now, we have, in consultation with bill sponsors, leaned more towards signing in support versus providing testimony during hearings, as we did on this bill. And then we'll take a look at REIT. Both companions have now had their public hearings and are still waiting for their action. As I mentioned last time, these could be determined necessary to implement the budget, but have not moved forward yet. And behavioral health. Many of the behavioral health legislation continue to advance through session, with one exception in House Bill 2245, which was not heard or scheduled to be exec out of health and long-term care this week. The good news is that many of the goals of this bill are incorporated into House Bill 2088, and the training components of the bill could be added as a budget proviso if there is funding for the concept. So overall, good news for behavioral health so far. And that takes us to the last 1% property tax cap lift. 5770 got a lot of attention right before House of Origin cutoff. The bill was pulled from rules and was getting ready to be discussed on the floor, but some of the bill's opponents came forward stating that they'd support the governor vetoing the bill or would run an initiative or referendum to undo the bill the following year, which has taken the wind out of the bill's sails. And instead of passing the bill off the floor, the Senate moved the bill to the X file, which is a fancy way of saying that the bill is dead. Which takes us to, concludes our core priorities, and then we'll dive into the actions that we've taken since the last meeting. With the pace of session really picking up and with a good chunk of time since our last meeting spent on the floor, this is much shorter list than in our past meetings. You'll see a handful of sustainability bills that advance the city's sustainability strategic plan and some creative tools to support housing development. And big news this round is that the budgets have been released. Starting with the least good news, the capital budget was tough all around, and with funding allocated across the district, and not just on a member by member basis, the initial proposals look even more stark. The good news is that the Senate proposal does include $300,000 for Everest Park. We're optimistic that we'll be able to advocate for its maintenance in the final budget as the chambers move towards reconciliation. Further good news is that the Senate transportation budget saw a consolidation of CKC funding to a 2025 to 2027 biennium. And some even better news is that the House transportation budget took it a step further and moved that funding fully to the 2023 to 2025 biennium. There were a lot of projects fighting to be reprogrammed, so this was very exciting news that our delegation was able to secure us the starting point. Again, we'll continue to advocate for the project through reconciliation, but are very happy with our position despite the expectations going in this year. Which takes us to the last item. We'll start with a flag that the bill's tracker stated position in the packet is recommended position by the legislative work group and considered acknowledged by council after this discussion, unless you want to pull any bills out for further conversation or adjustment. Unfortunately, our bill tracking program was having some issues over the last couple days, and I was unable to run an updated subject matter expert report for you all for this meeting, but I will make sure you all have access to it as soon as it is available. And our final slide is one item flagged by the legislative work group for discussion. When council adopted tenant protections in Kirkland a few years ago, some of the debate of that proposal indicated some degree of preference in those efforts occurring statewide and not on a city-by-city basis. But as no formal position has been adopted as such, the legislative work group has not engaged on rent stabilization bills as they are not on our legislative agenda. Staff have been tracking them, and our subject matter expert staff have evaluated the proposals from time to time. One recent rent stabilization proposal that has really gotten some traction despite a rocky start this session is House Bill 2114. A complicated and lengthy legislative proposal that, among a variety of rental stabilization tools, notably caps rent increases at 7% a year. This proposal faced a tricky path forward as the Senate companion did not have the votes to get out of the Senate Housing Committee. Despite these challenges, the House sent the bill over on a less than party line vote of 54 to 43. Senate leadership, instead of sending the bill back to the Policy Committee where it faced challenges early in session, sent the bill directly to the Fiscal Committee, skipping the Policy Committee altogether. The membership makeup in Ways and Means is a larger party split than the Policy Committee, so there's likely more of a path forward by skipping the Housing Committee. The legislative work group was interested in bringing this policy forward to Council for full awareness at a minimum and to see if Council was interested in either formalizing a position on rent stabilization policies or to continue forward with Council members acting in their individual capacities if they were interested in engaging on legislation. And that concludes my presentation. Turn things back to you and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Diana. Is there anything you want to add, City Manager?
No, just that this is coming up for action, a potential testimony on Thursday. So if the council wanted to take a formal position on this and authorize the lobbyists or anyone else to testify or sign in, we would need to do it tonight. Obviously, individual council members can obviously make their own decisions about how they feel about it as well. But we are looking for some direction on this given the timeline that's going on.
Thank you. I'm just going to repeat what City Manager just said. We all have the option to take individual sign-ins or testimony on this bill, but I do want to get a read from council if they want to look at the possibility of having a council direction on this bill. So any thoughts? Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as a member of the Legislative Work Group, I was one of the members that flagged this and wanted to note this for our council, so we had an opportunity to spend some time, if we wished, to consider this. I guess in short, I do have an interest in in the city of Kirkland signing in support of this bill at its hearing, which I think is scheduled for Thursday before Senate Ways and Means. I don't know how much more I need or want to say. We've had discussions about landlord-tenant law in the emergent context coming out of COVID, and as Diana highlighted during some of that discussion, we talked about how in those emergent circumstances it made sense for the city of Kirkland to take some steps to help ensure that residents that were, particularly vulnerable coming out of COVID had an opportunity to stay housed. But I think I would agree with Diana's characterization. I think a lot of us were looking for this, ultimately looking for residential landlord-tenant reform to be addressed at the state level. And that's what this bill is doing through the representative process that we all rely upon every day. Real quick history, the Uniform Residential Landlord-Tenant Act was promulgated in 1972. It took all of 1 year for the legislatures in Olympia to adopt the Uniform Residential Landlord-Tenant Act. And so a generation of lawmakers, long before many of us, quickly made the decision that the landscape of landlord-tenant law that existed under the common law in the state of Washington prior to that time, and I'll quote here from the ABA committee on the adoption of the Uniform Residential Landlord-Tenant Act. All the rights and powers prior to the adoption of the Uniform Residential Landlord-Tenant Act were lodged in the landlord. It's moved, it's shifted, the whole world has shifted, the state of Washington has shifted to a more balanced world in which the rights and powers are spread more equally among landlords and tenants. So it's really a matter of equal access to justice, and that balance depending on your perspective, between your values, you may disagree on whether that balance has been struck properly. But that's what we have representative government in Olympia who has adopted the Residential Landlord Tenant Act as a statewide policy. That's exactly what we ask our legislators in Olympia to do, is to examine that balance of access to justice in the residential landlord-tenant context and to make these decisions. That's what they're doing in this context. This bill is complex, it is lengthy, but it's also fairly modest when compared, it's fairly modest changes. And I will note that it also includes specific provision for a landlord resource center that would be adopted at the state level that would support landlords and their efforts to, come into compliance in a fairly streamlined manner with the modifications to the Residential Landlord Tenant Act. So I said much more than I actually intended to say, but I did want to share that with my colleagues. I did want to share that to the folks listening. That's why I do support and would encourage my council members to support the City of Kirkland signing in support of this bill.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
Well, I agree with a lot of what my colleague has said in terms of us trying to get to a place where the state enacts laws and statewide initiatives around issues like this. I think this bill goes too far. It has been argued over and over in the House already this year. Basically, our own Representative Wallen, offered what I felt were 4 reasonable amendments to the bill. Those amendments were not even considered. And so therefore they were withdrawn. Given that, what I'm planning on doing is I'm planning on actually signing in opposition to this bill in my role as a council member for the City of Kirkland. So I don't support the council taking position on it.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To be short and sweet, I'd echo Councilmember Sweet's feelings on this. I too have a lot of questions about the bill. I think first and foremost, I don't think any one of us supports unreasonable increases in rent. But I think there's just concern about how this might impact long-term housing goals and needs that I think all agree is a big issue across our region, our city, and our state. I just think that this goes against our goals around housing, and I think it deserves more discussion. And I guess I would like to see us just take no position.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I think what we're hearing tonight is that we have a good representation of our community up here on council with these different perspectives, and that we can have a healthy discussion on this. So I personally really appreciate that. I do support Kirkland supporting this bill. It won't be a surprise. I've signed in a previous hearing on rent stabilization already as an individual council member during this session. The reasons that I support this, just at a very high level, we have folks who are getting priced out of our community every single day. And this is a real crisis that is just getting worse. It's been exacerbated by the pandemic, but we have a real housing affordability crisis, and we need to keep people housed. It is the right thing to do, and it is also the right economic thing to do. It is much more affordable to keep people housed than it is to rehouse folks once they're unhoused. And this is something, as Councilmember Black said, that I do think strikes the right balance. It's a thoughtful bill. There are some compromises that were made, that there are considerations for both landlords and tenants on this bill. I also feel very strongly, as has been already expressed tonight, that we need these measures and this balance to be struck at the state level. I and my colleagues hear regularly from tenants in our city who struggle with knowing what their protections are, what their rights are in our city versus, the previous city that they lived in. It's confusing for landlords who own properties in multiple cities. It's confusing for tenants who move from city to city, and they're priced out from one city and moving to another city. And we have, legal aid to help folks in our community who struggle with this. And it's still something that is just kind of a patchwork system right now. So I strongly support the state legislature tackling this. And I think there's no one measure that's going to fix this, but this is certainly one that I think will make an impact. We hear time and time again the argument against any sort of balance that shifts things, that shifts the disproportionate power slightly away from housing providers and gives that balance a little bit fairer for tenants. We always hear this fear that it's going, all of a sudden, magically, there's going to be no more housing, there's going to be less housing, that landlords are no longer going to want to be landlords. And we haven't seen that happen. The data are not there to show that. That's something that's just a scare tactic that we hear time and time again. So I don't buy that argument. I don't think that's going to come to fruition because it hasn't come to fruition in the past with measures, similar measures to strike that right balance. So I do support us supporting this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've talked a lot about the housing crisis that we're in, and we've spent significant work in the city of Kirkland to work on the supply side of housing, but we need to be all in. Looking at not just supply, but also housing stability and stabilization. Otherwise, we're increasing the homeless problem. We're also spending a lot of time and thinking and resources on. When we talked about this as a city post-COVID, it was a very difficult conversation, both because it was new expertise to be developed within the city. We were dealing with things post-COVID and the challenges of acting as a city versus statewide. I really appreciate that the legislative work group is bringing this to our attention at this point, where this is a real opportunity to set policy statewide. This has already passed one chamber. It has a pass through the other chamber. Each of us could have other ideas on how this could be tweaked, but in the end, this is a reasonable approach. There's a 7% limit on rent increases, but there's also an escape hatch. There's 1.5% increase on late fees, which is percentage-based versus some of the proposals when we were looking at this as a council that were flat fees. There's notifications, which we've already talked about as a council. So I think we should take the opportunity to say, let's set this at a state level with support moving forward. I recognize that this is a difficult issue. I would also add, in whatever we do with our recommendation, that would provide for the minority opinion by Councilmember Sweet and any others that disagree. Previously, we've tried to have a situation where we speak as one voice as Kirkland, but I would like to ensure that any council members that don't agree with what we said as a city position can also express their views. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Well, this bill does cap rent increases at 7%. In 2022, inflation was at 8%. And I've heard little or zero information from the city about what the long-term implications would be for the 85th Street area plan and what type of housing we're going to get on the 85th Street area plan if more and more developers don't wish to build there. They can put their money in T-bills and get 5.5% without risk. This is a divisive issue. I think we all want to solve the housing crisis and we all want more inventory. And now we're being asked to take a quick position on this in a very hurried manner without much information. I don't support the city of Kirkland taking a position on this. That's mostly because I don't think that our city taking a position on this has much or any advantage, and that anybody will pay attention to what the city of Kirkland thinks about this. Other than maybe developers who could build potential housing in Kirkland, but then would view us and our city council as an unfriendly and hostile force for their potential of building us an increased amount of inventory. I would like to see rental and landlord tenant laws move to the state as opposed to having a hodgepodge and patchwork of development in our state. At least one of our state representatives, I think, has taken some action against this. And so we don't even have a unanimous position from our elected state representatives. I'd like to see us increase our housing in Kirkland and focus on increasing that within the station area plan and other locations within Kirkland. And I don't know how this furthers that goal. I don't feel like the city of Kirkland needs to take a position on this, or that our voice is really needed in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black, you had something additional to add?
I did. I had a question for Diana. And I also wanted to just emphasize a point that I probably should have mentioned earlier, and just say that I do think it is, I acknowledge that, you know, we are taking a position as a city on a matter that is regarding statewide legislation. And so there is sort of a bridge that has to be, a gap that has to be bridged between what we're doing at the city level and what our role is as city leaders and legislation at the state level. I think I think the reason the legislative work group highlighted this and wanted to encourage the council to consider it and discuss it is that there is a way to bridge that, and the city of Kirkland does have an interest in avoiding a hodgepodge of residential landlord tenant law differences between our city and adjacent cities, and not just landlords and tenants, but also developers. Also, that leads to my question, Diana. My understanding is there's an exception in the current bill for 10 years, the rent stabilization would not apply to to new construction of residential housing. 10 years after it receives a certificate of, basically it's the permit, a certificate of occupancy. Is that correct? Is that still in the bill?
That is a very good question that I can try and find quickly, but it's been a minute since I fully read through it, so I can try skimming if there's more.
Objection, it was a leading question. It's still in the bill.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there is an exception for 10 years post certificate of occupancy. So the legislature has taken my point simply being the legislature has taken a thoughtful approach as to how to not have a chilling effect on new development of housing. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else have anything else they want to add? Okay, by my rough count, we are a split council yet again on this issue. I am in support of this bill for reasons that have already been said. Our objective is to keep people housed. I think it's a reasonable bill. And I ran into someone this weekend whose rent was recently raised at 13%, and she was in a panic and is looking for resources. But I do not want to back anyone in this council into a corner. So I will entertain a motion, but my personal recommendation is that we stay neutral on this bill and that we testify pro or con on this bill in our individual capacity. But I am leaving it open if anyone would like to make a motion. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
I'm going to make a motion that we as a council do not take a position on this bill and that individual members of the city council may testify in their individual capacity regarding a position on this.
It's been moved by Councilmember Tim Chisholm, second by Councilmember Sweet, that the city council does not take a position on ESHB 2114. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 2. All those opposed?
No.
No.
I'm a no, so that's 4. Councilmember Pascal, I don't think I caught your
Said aye.
aye. Okay, so we are split on whether to take a position. So 4 in favor of taking a position, 3 against. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Point of order.
I think it was the reverse.
Point of order. I request a roll call vote.
Thank you. Go ahead, City Clerk.
Councilmember Tim Chizen,
Aye.
Councilmember Black,
Nay.
Councilmember Sweet,
Aye.
Councilmember Falcone,
No.
Councilmember Pascal,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
No.
Mayor Curtis.
No. Okay, the motion fails 4-3. Thank you. I'm getting nods from the crowd over there. So, Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the city council supports the rent stabilization legislation, and the resulting support would be signing in and/or testifying.
Second?
And moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Black, that the city take a pro position and sign in support of ESHB 2114. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Discussion.
Oh, thank
Point of
you.
order. I request discussion.
Thank you, Councilmember Tim Chisholm. Go ahead.
So the motion is that we should take a position as a city. Is that correct?
Correct.
Well, my discussion point on this is that when we take a position as a city on a bill and put the city of Kirkland's logo and stamp on it, that we should have some relatively broad consensus among our city council. And I don't think we do. We've just asked, Councilmember Black asked Ms. Hart whether or not there are provisions for 10 years to ensure that there's not a chilling effect on development. Ms. Hart responded that she didn't know. And so at this point, she said she was going to get back to us with that information. I haven't heard any confirmation as to whether or not that's in the bill or not. And I haven't had enough time to study this. So, but that's my feeling, is that when we stamp something with the city of Kirkland's logo on it, that we should have broad consensus. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tim Chisholm. Anybody else? Deputy Mayor Black, Arnold. Getting a little flustered here.
Thank you. And I appreciate the challenge of looking at this very complex legislation. I would note that council did get notification that we would be discussing this last week in time to prepare, which gave me a chance to read the bill, note the things that Councilmember Black had noted and the things that I've talked about. So I'm comfortable moving forward.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, the question.
Mayor Sweet, I just wanted to confirm, just for Councilmember Tim Chizen, that is in the bill. The subject matter experts read all the bills and provide recommendations, and I was one of the subject matter experts. And that is in the current version of the bill, that that the certificate of occupancy for more than 10 years after that, up to 10 years after that, it doesn't apply. So if that helps you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the question is on the motion made by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Black, that the city of Kirkland take a pro position on ESHB 2114 and sign in favor. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
The motion passes 4-3. Thank you, everyone. Diana, anything else?
That's all for me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will say that we will take, the legislative worker will take under consideration Deputy Mayor's suggestion that we do acknowledge that this was not a unanimous vote. So, thank you. All right. Let's move on to something a little drier. Our next item of business will be the first reading of debt issuance ordinance. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So to give you this presentation is our Director of Finance and Administration, Michael Olson. He'll also be joined by several guests that he's going to introduce. One of the things I did ask him to do is cover a little bit about the fire station investments that are part of this debt. There's too many projects in the Transportation Benefit District to highlight today, but we will make sure that the council has that for the second reading, which came up under items from the audience. So make sure that the individual projects are clear as to what's getting funded by this debt service. But with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Michael.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council members. Brief presentation. No action is being asked for, just to an opportunity to give information and to get questions from council members answered. I have joining me virtually our bond counsel, Deanna Gregory from Pacifica Law Group, and our financial advisor, Maggie Marshall from PFM, as we get to these questions.
And Michael, I apologize for saying this subject is dry.
I agree with you. It is very dry, but important funding. Thank you. First slide, what is a bond ordinance? I'm not going to read all of this, but have an opportunity. It authorizes the issuance of the bonds not to exceed, in an amount not to exceed, and in this ordinance, it's not to exceed $43.9 million. It's a little bit larger than the money that is needed. It accounts for if the bonds are sold at less than the face value and to cover the costs of the sale. It also states at an interest rate not to exceed 5%, but our financial advisor estimates that our actual interest on the bonds would be around 3.5% or 3.6%. It just builds in some flexibility. It pledges the regular full faith and credit of the property tax. It sets out the delegation and the sale parameters. It's a lot of legalese in the bond ordinance. Any questions on this slide or in particular about the bond ordinance itself?
I don't see any.
All right. The debt issuance itself, we are proposing $42.8 million. A little over $21 million is to complete Fire Station 27 and the renovation of Fire Stations 21 and 26, and this is funded with general fund. The other 21 plus million is for safer routes to school and is funded by the $20 car tab fee. I'll get to more detail on the fire and the transportation in just a couple slides. I wanted to note that the city does have a debt management policy, and it basically rules everything that we do, and it includes having an analysis, includes having professional assistance with this, of the bond counsel and the financial advisor. And I just wanted to highlight where the debt management policy can be found. It can be found on the city's website. In the budget book, it's at the appendix at the very end. You can also find it as one of the policies on MRSC's website. Now to the fire debt. The total fire station construction renovation budget was $55.8 million, which was noted in the March 16th, 21 council memo. $46.1 million of that is debt funding, which was approved in December of 21 and 22. The difference between the 55 and the 46 is cash, the general fund balance that was used for that. The first debt issuance for the renovation was done in May of 2021, $24.8 million, and this is asking for $21.3 million. And this, as the city manager noted, is funding the renovation and construction of fire stations 21, 22, 26, and 27. The Transportation Benefit District is the other $21.5 million. This debt funding was approved with the December 22 adoption of the biennial budget and the 23-28 capital improvement program. And the packet from the last council meeting, February 6th, includes an attachment which lists all the projects that are going to be funded. And here's the timeline. First reading of the bond ordinance tonight, second reading and approval on March 5th. The estimated date of sale is April 2nd with closing on April 11th, depending on market timing. Any questions for bond counsel, the financial advisor?
I see none.
Right.
I have a question.
Oh, Councilmember Pascal.
Are you at the end of your presentation?
I am at the end of the
Okay.
presentation.
I was waiting for that, and I just wasn't sure if he was
Me either.
This is the last
finished
slide.
yet.
You should have said, ta-da! Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, I just have a philosophical question here. On our consent agenda, we had our quarterly investment report that shows how we invest in money that we have in a variety of investments. So, looking at that, it shows that we have 281 million invested in our portfolio, and we had a return of 2.4% on average on that. So we're issuing bonds, and we're going to be paying 3.5%, possibly up to 5%. We don't know. As a cash management strategy, why don't we continue to use the cash that we have until we ultimately need to go out for bonds?
The city has about 25 funds, and the funds are restricted to those uses. Now, we do purchase properties with interfund loans, but we have to pay that back in 3 years. It's a 3-year time limit. The state auditor's office considers it a permanent division of money, of funds if we borrow from ourselves for a long term. But, so.
Well, yeah, and I understand the long-term piece. Wouldn't you say that the longer that we can avoid going out to bonds, perhaps the better, given that there are fairly high interest rates right now, from a cash management strategy, not about the long term. Recognizing that we'll need the bonds, it's all about timing and trying to conserve.
This is one of the questions I may toss to our financial advisor, Maggie Marshall, if she's available. Because we've asked that very question. Should we wait longer as the rates are going to go down, or do we do it now? And so, is Maggie with us?
I am here. Yes. Good evening. I guess there's a couple ways to kind of think about this. We've seen interest rates kind of bounce around over the past couple of years, and the consensus right now is that rates are likely to fall over the next year. However, the rates that are expected to fall are those short-term rates. So when you look at your investments, it's that short, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year rates that right now are higher than your longer-term rates. The projection for, a 20-year, 25-year, 15-year, those are looking pretty flat. The other thing I'd kind of add to that is, those expectations or projections are constantly changing. Just, last month there were expectations of a rate hike in the most recent Fed meeting, and that quickly changed. And now, there's some are even considering a rate hike at the next meeting. I don't think that's likely, but it's not really something that we recommend basing the timing of going out to the bond market on where expectations are. I don't know if that answers your question or not, but we would generally recommend, going out to issue bonds in line with when the city needs funds for projects.
Thank you for that. Yeah, just more kind of just a question about how we manage our money and whether or not we're asking those questions and thinking about, when the best time is and how do we conserve cash, and just all of that stuff is all interrelated, right? So
yes.
This was just something I was pondering as I was reviewing that 22-page investment report.
It's a little difficult to see us paying 3.5% now, but we are triple A rated, and entities like to purchase our debt. And the last issuance in 2021, the interest rate is 1.7%.
Thank you.
The one other thing, if I just could add one more thing to that, Michael, is you would know better than I do what the city's reserve targets are. But you mentioned the AAA rating, and that's also something that the rating agencies look at, is how much cash you have on hand, how much reserves do you have, how healthy are those levels, and they could potentially see, a declining balance as a negative thing if you get too far down the road, too low on those things.
Thank you, Maggie.
Thank you, Maggie. Any other questions for Michael or Maggie? All right. Thank you. All right.
Just want to do a quick time check. These next two topics may be some discussion. I don't know if the council wants to do the break now or if you want to go ahead and try to tackle one of them first.
I was going to suggest we get through the next agenda item since we have two planning commissioners that have been patiently waiting and then take our break. Is that okay with everyone?
Yep.
Okay. And Allison's ready.
Okay.
So next we will consider adoption of the 24-26 planning work program. City manager.
Okay, thank you. So to give you that overview and explain the resolution is our Deputy Director of Planning and Building, Allison Zeich, as well as our Chair and Vice Chair from the Planning Commission. So she will introduce.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor Curtis, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and council members. Very excited to be here with you tonight to discuss the 2024-2026 planning work program. It's a packed one and with a lot of really fun work that we're excited to get into. Pleased to have our Planning Commission Chair, Scott Reiser, and Vice Chair Rodney Rutherford with me here tonight. We've got 5 slides for you. I'm going to go through a little bit of an overview of what we've gotten done in the past year, so an update on our current 23 to 25 work program, some of our lessons learned, and then talk a bit about what the new projects are we're adding into this proposed 24 to 26 work program. And I'd like to spend most of my time on that, so I'll be quick through these first couple. So just to kind of take a moment and recognize the work that council has done, planning commission has done, and staff has done. We got a lot done in 2023, checked a lot of projects off of the work program, including finishing the station area plan, getting Greater Downtown adopted as a PSRC regional growth center, working through some seemingly simple but actually very complex wireless service regulations, adopting our Smart City Master soon-to-be strategic plan, finishing up the tree code appeal settlement, and then some amendments to the tree code to help with that. Working through the first phase of some community-initiated amendment requests, and those will be wrapped up with our 2044 comp plan update work. So you'll see those a little bit later this year. And then doing some kind of our maintenance projects, miscellaneous code amendments, and our annual comp plan amendments towards the end of last year. We've got some projects that we've started in the 23 to 25 work program that are carrying through into the 24 to 26 work program. So these are all in progress projects. Of course, the comprehensive plan update, that's been where the bulk of our long range planning team has spent their time this past year. The Kingsgate and Juanita neighborhood plan updates, I'll let Leandra talk to you about those in a bit here. But a lot of good work done on those. We continue to implement the sustainability strategic plan and have some great initiatives going on under that, and our urban forestry 6-year work plan. We're working on our fiber development strategy right now, so started that last year, continuing work this year. Along with that, have started work amending some of our code enforcement policies and procedures, and we'll bring another round of miscellaneous code amendments to you in a few months here. So those are all in progress. One project we thought we'd get around to starting in 2023 that we have not started yet is the project to look at increasing school capacity citywide. So what have we learned? What did we think about when we set about crafting the proposed 24 to 2026 planning work program? Some highlights. We're very happy to be fully staffed on our long-range planning team, who's the staff that works mostly on the planning work program items. Since July of last year. Our newest member, Leandra, will be talking to you in a bit. We've made a lot of progress on the community engagement and outreach plan for the 2044 comprehensive plan update. We've been pleased to see a lot of you out there and about in the community while we've been working on that. And we managed to stay mostly on time in the 2023 to 2025 work program, and that's always something that we're trying to do, is make these work programs a little bit more grounded in what we have the capacity to do and what promises we make to the community in terms of what we're going to be working on. So keeping in mind for this next work program, we still have a few projects that are really big and take a lot of time, so we might not be working on a lot of different projects, but we're doing a lot of work on a fewer number of projects, and you'll see that reflected in the work plan. I mentioned there's a couple items that have been delayed, and a lot of those have gotten kind of pushed down in the 24 to 26 work program because of new projects, and I'm going to talk about those for just a couple minutes here. I'll be quick. So this slide lists all the new projects that we've added into the 2024 to 2026 planning work program. A good bit of those are required implementation of state legislation that passed in 2023. And we've got pretty tight turnarounds on these. We've got to get to work. So the first of those is, of course, the Middle Housing Bill, HB 1110. This has to be implemented by mid-2025. So we're in pretty good shape, actually, in our zoning code on these, but we want to take a deep dive, and we're going to partner implementing this state bill with our optimizing middle housing project that we've had on the work program for the past year already. So another one that we have to have implemented by mid-2025 is the design regulations and design review process bill. That was HB 1293. So that one is, we're going to have to look at our process for design review. We're limited to one public meeting for design review projects now, so that's going to be a change for us in how we review those right now. We also have to look at all of our design guidelines because they all have to be clear and objective. And I don't think any of our design guidelines would currently quite meet that. And so we've got, I think, 5 or 6 different design guidelines, including the station area plan ones that we just passed recently, to dig into and make sure they comply with the intent of that bill. We've got to start looking at our permit review and reporting. That's SB 5290. We have to be in compliance with that bill by the beginning of next year. So clock is ticking on that, and we're starting work on that already. There may be some work around implementation of the state wildland urban interface, the WUI code. That might include some local mapping. I think some of that is still in discussion at the state level in terms of what gets passed in the new building code. And so we're staying tuned, but wanted to reserve that on the work program in case it does end up being something we need to dedicate a significant amount of staff time to. Going to be working on some impact fee adjustments. That's a result of another state bill that we have to implement. And then in 2027, mid-2027, we're required to complete our periodic update of the Shoreline Master Program. That's a state name for that one. So we're going to start work on that in 2026. So those were all added because they have to be added to comply with that state legislation. And then we've got a good list of city-initiated projects. That includes the Houghton Village Development Plan. We discussed that last with council at the end of last year. The RFQ for consultant help on that one has just been issued late last week. We're going to be working on zoning code amendments to carry out the land use designation that council approved for the Houghton Park and Ride. So in December, with the annual comp plan amendments, you change the land use designation of that site to transit-oriented development. We're going to be doing zoning code amendments to kind of carry that through the zoning code. We're going to start working on updating our urban forestry strategic plan and the 6-year work plan, as well as doing a refresh and update of the sustainability strategic plan, and then looking at development standards on Goat Hill. So those are the new projects added. And now I'd like to hand it over to Chair Reiser and Vice Chair Rutherford to talk about Planning Commission's discussion around these and some guidance they have for council's consideration.
Wonderful. Thank you for coming tonight.
It's nice to be here. Thank you, Mayor Curtis. I'm Scott Reiser, and this is Rodney Rutherford. Our section is really quick, and we're just going to tag team it. So some of what we are working on, state legislation has been changing so much in the last 2 years, but especially over the last year. So some of our pending projects have been moved down. But I will say on the bright side, a lot of the things that we worked on were very forward. So like our ADUs, our DADUs, we were much ahead of the game. So there is amendments that have to be made, but we seem to have been right in line with what the state legislature was doing.
Of course, as we have to prioritize some things, we also have to figure out what are maybe the less urgent things. So of those, we identified sign code updates and the school capacity exploration that probably makes sense to move to a lower priority so we can focus on the more urgent priorities facing our community, in addition to the mandatory state legislation.
And because housing has been our #1 thing for as long as I've been on the Planning Commission, any project that is related to an enabling housing production or streamlining permit reviews, we are prioritizing, and we are doing it with state legislation as we can implement it. So if there are any questions.
Anybody have questions for our planning commissioners? I just want to thank you. We have thrown, there's been really meaty topics over the last few years, and we've thrown a lot at you. You've been dedicated, flexible, accessible, thoughtful, and it looks like your workload is not going to lighten by any means. So thank you for all that you're doing for all of us and the entire community. Well done.
I think John has a question for us.
John, or Councilmember Tim Chisholm. I'm curious, Allison, are you done? Are you ready for conversation?
We are, yeah, and for
Okay.
council's consideration of that resolution.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thanks, Rodney and Scott. Hey, how are you two? I haven't
Doing well.
seen you in a little while. I tried to leave you with most of the difficult work at the end of 2023 so that I could resign and leave it up to you. I had a question about permit waiting times and if that made it onto the Planning Commission's work program, and also the Houghton development.
Yeah, I can take that one, Councilmember Tim Chisholm, and great to see you in this room. So the permit review timelines as a unique project did not make it onto the proposed work plan. What we discussed a lot with the commission as staff was that a lot of the code amendment projects that we have on the work program, such as the middle housing optimization project, are intended to streamline the review process by clarifying and simplifying some of the regulations. And so there's sort of an inherent review benefit, we hope, in working on streamlining some of those regulations. In addition to that, we are starting work on a permit review timeline dashboard that will be publicly available. And so our Resilience and Technology Officer, Zhang Zhang, is working on that project. And so that's in progress as well.
Oh, that's exciting.
Thank you. And my second question was related to the Houghton development at the PCC site, and if the Planning Commission would be taking part in that.
That project will mostly run through the city council, as it will be to develop a development plan, which is formerly referred to as a master plan. So the comprehensive plan policies around that one still call it a master plan. But that does require council approval and a public process through council. And so the thought on that is that we'll run it primarily through council, but may consult Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you. Well, I hope permit waiting times are addressed in a significant way with the Planning Commission. I understand that the Planning Commission has more restrictions on what their jurisdiction is in the City Council. But I'll leave it to you to decide how exactly to address it, but it's something that I think the Planning Commission should address. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, Scott, Rodney, Allison, Leandra, and others, thank you so much for your work on this. I remember, has it already been a year since we had our joint study session at the tables down here? I remember having a conversation about this last year and really enjoying being able to connect. And thank you so much for being here tonight so that we can continue to connect on this really important work that you're doing. I agree with Councilmember Tim Chisholm on the permit waiting times. I think that's so important, and I can also see how that really will be just wrapped into some of the other work that's done. But I think that's a really important lens to continue to have as we do this work on trying to get more housing and trying to remove some of that red tape for folks. Allison, thank you for mentioning the Houghton Village Development Plan that used to be called Master Plan, or still technically is called that in some of our documents. I really appreciate the work that staff is doing to transition away from that language and to be more sensitive to that. And I I know that's a work in progress and that we're doing that, so just acknowledging that to the community who may see still on some of our websites or on some other places, we're in a transition with that language and through the work of our DEIB team as well, to be more thoughtful about that. So thank you to everyone, because I know that impacts so many different departments with different plans and things, right? And so I really appreciate that, and I also understand that there are some plans, like our shoreline master plan, that we don't have the authority to change because that's state language on that. So just want to acknowledge that for the community, because I know there are some community members who have been tracking that and may be confused by some of the different language and why we still sometimes use master plans, but we're certainly moving away from that. So thank you for that. I'm excited to see the urban forestry strategic plan work in that. I wanted to just put a plug in that I would love to see as part of that increase in the frequency of tree canopy assessments. It's my understanding that it's become a lot easier and a lot cheaper to do those assessments. And as we've made some policy decisions, it's really important. We had discussions during those policy discussions on tree retention and how to increase our tree canopy, and to have more real time. I forget what it used to be every 6 years, or it was a pretty long period of time between those canopy assessments, and that's hard to kind of gauge if policy is making a difference, if we're moving in the right direction, if we need to tweak things. So I really urge us to increase that as much as we can, so that we can have not quite real time, but close enough to really understand the impact of some of the policy decisions we're making, and if there are things that we need to change. So I really am looking forward to that and hope that that will be a part of that. I would also encourage us, under what we're calling school capacity, to really think of that not as school capacity. I think that's part of the reason why it keeps floating. We had this conversation last year too, why it keeps not bubbling to the top. Chair Reiser, you mentioned that housing is the #1 priority. From my perspective, looking at rezoning school property is an affordable housing issue, and so it should be at the top of the list. This is conversations we've had with the school district about potential uses of workforce housing on school property, so I'd love to see the topic title changed to include housing and not just capacity. I think that's really important, just in communication on that, and I would also urge us to view that in the lens, again, of affordable housing and prioritizing that accordingly. So I do support moving that up. I also, just low-hanging fruit from our discussion last year, this may be a question for Allison or Adam, perhaps. I remember last year having a conversation about the work we had done on our tree code, and how that initiated several years ago. I remember when I was on the Finhill Neighborhood Alliance Board and working on the neighborhood plan there, that part of that presentation to council was about the Holmes Point overlay, and that kind of sparked council to want to look citywide at tree code, and then with the intent to come back to the Holmes Point overlay once that was done. And I still hear from some folks in Holmes Point who are waiting on that, who maybe have like a tree that they really need to remove and they currently can't, and they're looking for that flexibility and some of that thoughtfulness that went into the citywide, but of course applying to the topography and everything in Holmes Point. And I think what I heard last year, if I'm remembering correctly, is that I heard from staff that this is an issue that perhaps is simple enough that it wouldn't need to go through the Planning Commission, but it could come directly to council, that it could be kind of low-hanging fruit. And so I just want to ask about that, if that's still the position of staff, and kind of where we can go from here on the Holmes Point overlay.
Adam?
Yeah, I can address it. If Allie has anything else to add, she can add it. But I think our position is that the tree code update did address most of the big issues that were raised in our previous attempts to update the Holmes Point overlay, which we actually did work on for a couple of years before we started the Chapter 95 update. So I think probably the best bet is to come back to council with, and Planning Commission as well, probably with just a matrix that shows what we set out to several years ago correct in the HPO, and then what was addressed with the Chapter 95 update, and then how we're addressing the remaining things. So we can bring that back to council for further discussion.
Thank you. That would be really helpful. And just to clarify, like what applies where, right? Like what applies in Holmes Point versus other places in the city, I think for council, but also for community members as well, would be really helpful. So
Thanks.
And Amy, I just want to address the, on schools, we are in exactly the same boat as City Council. We during the station area, we tried to give the school district actually more than what they asked for. So some of it is the school district isn't requesting right now. And so that's one of the reasons it got put down lower, because we wanted to zone as much as possible. The school district was saying at the time, we don't need it at this time, but we don't want it closed off. So that's why it's a little bit less of a priority, but it's not off the table.
It certainly is something that I see perhaps the city leading on a little bit more. And I would like to set us up for success. So when the school district is in a place where they're looking perhaps to build workforce housing or other uses on their property, that they look to Kirkland, because we're already prepared to do that, rather than them having to request and then going through a year-long or multi-year process in order for us to do that. So I do think there's value in I have seen the school district move along in their viewpoint on potential housing on school property and other uses. And so I do think it's worthwhile to be prepared for them, because I do think they're headed in that direction. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Mayor. First one question and then a comment. One of the work items talks about the community amendment requests that would be filed this year and a threshold review in 2025. By the end of this year, we're going to be adopting the Kirkland 2044 comprehensive plan. You've already spent a tremendous amount of work on it, and we'll see the fruition of it as it comes to council this year. What would be the occasion that we would, as soon as we're adopting that plan in December, want to look at applications to change it? Can we make your life easier by removing that particular item for 2025?
Deputy Mayor Arnold, you may have given me back some sleep tonight. So I appreciate the question. You know, anecdotally, I've talked to just a couple folks that may have missed this last cycle that have expressed just a mild interest at this point in that next cycle. What we could do is kind of circle back to the folks that we have heard from and ask if they have a serious interest in applying or not. But I do believe it's at the council's discretion if you wanted to take it off the work program for the next cycle.
Not sure that I want to at that point, but I certainly would say the threshold for consideration is going to be pretty high from this council member's standpoint, given that all the outreach and the work that would have happened on the comprehensive plan at that point. Open it up immediately would be of concern. Okay, and then one comment. The memo talks about changes in the neighborhood plan evolution that I wanted to offer a comment on. When I was first elected to council in 2013, Kirkland was working on the last comprehensive plan update. This was Kirkland 2035. At that time, we had neighborhood plans that were 20 years out of date. And some council members asked, why do we even do neighborhood plans? They're not required by the state. We're hearing from neighborhoods that they're not, that they're 20 years out of date. How do we go do this? Well, council at the time adopted an approach that streamlined the process, created templates, set a standard that said, let's update each neighborhood plan once every 2 comprehensive plan cycles. Well, we've been successful, and with the Juanita and Kingsgate neighborhood plans that we'll talk about the next agenda item, we will have had all our neighborhood plans current for this cycle. So the mention in the memo transitions the neighborhood plan update to say, yes, we can do this every cycle. So I think this is a big win. And I think the approach is appropriate given citywide policy on middle housing, statewide standards around housing, density and zoning issues, especially near transit, both that you've highlighted that have passed that we have to comply with and that the work group has talked about for future legislative session that could be handled. Since we've gotten some questions from neighborhoods, and have had some public comment on previous council meetings, I wanted to note that change is happening, and it's something I support. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you all for being here, Rodney and Scott. It's nice that you could take the time to come and and present. And then also to hear our discussion. A couple things that I wanted to raise is item 13, which is the general ADU missing middle review. That's something I'm really interested in hearing more about. We actually heard from the public, a member of the public during a public comment period today about their just concerns and impacts from development. I don't have a lot of background on that, but I've heard many similar concerns from the public. Then on the other side, I've heard concerns from the development community about some regulations that need to be streamlined or optimized. So I just want to make sure that we go into that and give its due diligence in terms of making sure we give people the opportunity to provide input. So it's not just the developers, builders that are providing input. It's I want to hear from staff and their experiences, because we're probably are learning a lot, over the last 2-3 years since that code's been updated. I want to hear from the industry representatives, housing advocates. I also want to hear from the public. I want to hear about their experiences and see if there's little refinements. It's not about whether that code goes or anything. It's about refinements to just make improvements where we can, where it makes sense. And so I really hope that we have that broad input and we hear from everyone, because I know that I've talked to a lot of people about that. The second item is the Goat Hill Regulatory Review number 9. I had the opportunity the other week to meet with a group of Goat Hill residents. It was actually a large gathering, and I was in the hot seat. And I held my own, but I promised them that they would get some information here soon on what's the moratorium about, how do they provide input, what's the timeline. They had a lot of questions that I couldn't answer, and I hope that we can get that information up soon. They're very interested. They're very thankful, but they're also interested in saying, hey, how can I share my experience, my thoughts, my ideas? So hoping that we are going to be sharing that information.
Yeah, we're just, thanks, Councilmember Pascal. Yeah, we're just in the last couple of days, we've been putting the finishing touches on the website for Goat Hill, and we're working on our first initial round of outreach and communication to the public, but the website should be live really soon, and then that'll be followed up with communication.
Yes, Councilman Pascal, I wanted to also note we did have this on our This Week in Kirkland Council update, and we did highlight this on the podcast as well. So the word is out.
Oh, great. Yep. Look forward to seeing that. Yeah. I want to hit on school capacity. I kind of wanted to provide, I agree with everything Councilmember Falcone said, but I wanted to kind of provide kind of an addition to it, is I really want to see that moved up the priority list. And this is the reason, all the reasons that Councilmember Falcone said, but I think the other reason that we need to consider is that this is a subject that we've been talking to the school district for a number of years. We've been talking to the Planning Commission, we've been talking staff, council. We have the knowledge set and the context in which why it's important, and we have some momentum to do that through the 85th Street plan. A year, 2, 3 years delay, we go through different staff, perhaps, different council members, perhaps, different district leaders, perhaps, and we have to start all over. And that's pretty frustrating, and that's going to be a pretty frustrating process at that point when it's already been hard to kind of push the school district on. So I'd really like to keep up that momentum. And that's why I think it would be important to move up the priority list. And then lastly, on the impact fee updates, number 18, council took a position on looking at school impact fees. And so yes, that's a school district thing, but it's actually, that is under the purview of cities to and or counties to provide the methodology on how impact fees are calculated. And so we need to take a lead role in that. The school district will not. They'll be a partner, and we can bring them along, but we do need to put that as a priority on our list. And I think for the very kind of fundamental reason is it provides predictability in development costs, right? You've seen huge swings in impact fees. We don't want that. We want to have predictability, and I think it's I think it's our priority to help push forward and advocate. And so we're going to have to take a lead on that. So hopefully that's part of that impact fee review. Is that, or is it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably all of the above. I mean, I think the primary focus is the new state requirement, which requires impact fees to be proportional. But I mean, we also want them to be predictable and address the needs of the city. So I mean, I think we will be addressing other things as well in the study.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Okay, I just have a couple things. Oh,
May I, real quick?
yes, Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you. Thank you to Councilmember Falcone and Pascal for raising the Lake Washington School District issue as something we should prioritize. I especially appreciate Councilmember Falcone's comments about maybe talking about the title or the name of it and the language we use to reframe the discussion on this topic. Maybe that can be revisited with another in a future meeting. Also, and I just want to thank you two for showing up in person at a meeting past 9 o'clock to convey this to us, because it's extremely important to hear directly from you. And thank you for being here.
Thank you. Anyone else? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. To the point on the prioritization of the school district siting item, right now I see that as in the 2026 part of the planning work program for Councilmember Falcone and Councilmember Pascal, Councilmember Tim Chisholm, that want to see it moved up. What would you bump from 2025 or 2024? Because frankly, all of you have said, and I have agreed, I've talked to staff about this too, the school district is not there yet. And I wouldn't prioritize or deprioritize any of these things that are important to the city for a school district that isn't ready to take advantage of our great ideas. So I'm wondering, how that, what's your proposal? Because I'm looking at the fact that we're looking at adoption of Resolution 5621 tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I was going to wait for a motion and then to amend it, but Councilmember Falcone, do you have a suggestion?
I think thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Deputy Mayor, for that question. I think I would first need to know the amount of time that it would take and really what the workload is on that compared to some of the other things to really be able to answer that question. So I would just punt that to staff. Not necessarily on the spot now, unless you're prepared, but I don't mean to put you on the spot, but just generally speaking.
We estimate this timing in quarters, so it's not precise, though it is an educated guess, I will say. On the school capacity project, I wanted to note that we did change the description of it from the 23 work program into this work program to specify we'd also look at housing capacity on those sites. We are anticipating it to be quite a big project because increasing school capacity means potential for increasing trips. Most schools are in lower density residential zones, so we do plan to include quite a bit of outreach and engagement, and we anticipate we could get some uptake on that. And so we are scoping it to be kind of a large project. So finding the spot for it, we'd have to go back. It would be helpful if we could get guidance if council did have kind of a spot you wanted it to fit into if you look at this list as being kind of a order of operations.
Thank you. I don't know if we could do that tonight. City Manager, cleared his throat.
Well, what I was going to say is it is certainly possible, not that we like to do this very often, is to amend the work program after you adopt it. So you could adopt it tonight, give yourself a chance to think about it, and then we could certainly work to see whether there's something that we could fix later on. But again, I say that being careful, but know the hour and knowing that you want to act, there's certainly a chance to revisit if we need to. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What would that look like? Would that, how would that be an item on the agenda if we were to amend in the future?
I think we'd need to meet. I'd have to meet with Elson and Adam tomorrow. I think It would be helpful if you have something you're looking at and saying, I think this makes sense to maybe not necessarily go. That's why I'd say we'd have to really think about whether you want to amend it back again or not. But it's not one or done, I guess is my only point. You certainly, the council can always choose to revisit it, but we'd have to figure out what could go and maybe bring you back a couple options. But this is the process we normally use. It's already been through the Planning Commission. You know, they've made the recommendation, so there's no simple answer.
Councilmember Pascal.
I'd like to just kind of hear options on how that might work. I mean, you know, if there was going to be resources put forward that could be pushed out to a consultant, for example, to take on more of the workload or something like that, is that an option? Would that, you know, so I think there would be things that maybe could be considered. That's what I would like to understand.
Deputy Mayor.
I would also note that we do look at, this is a 3-year work plan program. We do look at it every year, especially if you're looking at consultants and other things. That's a budget discussion. So, you know, is this something that we could revisit in the next revision, which would be early 2025?
All right, anyone else? Couple thoughts. First, I want to echo what Deputy Mayor said about incorporating the neighborhood plans into the comp plan. I think it's really evident looking at this work program and the ambitious, large, complicated, important projects that we have, that it makes sense to be efficient and make the neighborhood plans part of our comp plan process. It's the right way to go. The thing that I am curious about is the housing strategy plan. Was a 5-year plan. It ended in 2023. I assume that we are planning on folding that plan into our comp plan work, but I just wanted to hear that.
Yeah, we are anticipating that the revision, or the amendment to the housing element is going to give us a lot of really good policy direction and a very clear picture of what we need to do to implement those policies. Some of that is baked into the proposed plan already, both with the state legislation and also kind of what we're anticipating coming down the line. But yes, it is baked in, and then we might go back and do an update of that housing strategy plan. I think we're wary of adding a strategy plan update. We kind of are proposing to jump into zoning code amendments to implement the policy groundwork that council ultimately lays with this housing element update.
So we may sunset the housing strategy plan and just make the comp plan our roadmap going forward.
I think that's a potential, yes.
Okay. And then as far as the school capacity, I agree and I recognize all the issues that have been raised, but I don't see an easy path forward to bump something that's on the plan. So my recommendation reflects city manager, is that we move forward, approve this plan, and then come back later with some thoughts around that. So with that said, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, I'd move Resolution 5621.
Thank you.
Second.
It has been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold and seconded by Councilmember Black to move Resolution R 5621. All those in favor? Oh, discussion. I want a break. I will say it. Discussion. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. City Manager, is this where should I make an amendment in order to ask staff to come back with options for the school capacity item moving forward?
I would say probably not in this resolution. I'd probably do it under council reports as an LRM. It's something we could bring to the May council retreat as an example. Like, what would the financial options need to be in order to add something to the agenda?
Okay.
But certainly you could try to do it here.
LRM sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Sure.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
I would support Councilmember Falcone in an amendment if we can have an amendment to this that the city manager thinks is appropriate.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm, I believe Councilmember Falcone plans to present a LRM at the end of the meeting to address that concern rather than make an amendment.
That would give us time to do multiple options with the LRM to come back and say, here's 3 or 4 different ways that you could do this.
So is that all right with you?
So we can still update this plan if, well, I guess it's a question for the city manager.
Yeah, so it's, the great news is
You'll have to
anytime
educate me, I apologize.
4 members can always decide to update the plan. But so what would happen with the legislative request memos, we come back and say, here's 3 or 4 options we could evaluate to accelerate the school project. Here's what they might cost. Council would then look at that and say, okay, we like those or we don't like those, then you'd give us direction. And if one of those directions was come back and amend the plan, we could do that. If another was wait, we could do that as well. But it also let us start to inform it through the budget process ahead of time.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, any other discussion? Okay, I didn't write it down, so I believe the motion was made by Deputy Mayor Arnold, second by Councilmember Black. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes 7-0. Thank you both for sticking it out with us. You're welcome to stay for another couple hours if you'd like. And thank you, Allison and Adam. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to take a break. So you want 10 minutes or 15? 15 minutes. We'll be back at 9:45. Thank you, everyone. All right, we are back from our break, and we are moving to our last agenda item, which will be the last business item, which will be the Juanita and Kingsgate Neighborhood Plans update. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So the goal tonight is to give you an update on both these plans and then get any council feedback. Here to give you that presentation is our senior planner, Leandra Baker-Lewis. Welcome, Leandra.
Thank you for the introduction, City Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Deputy Mayor, and good evening, council members. My name is Leandra Baker-Lewis. I am a senior planner within the Planning and Building Department, and I am here tonight to brief you all on the outreach findings from the Juanita and Kingsgate Neighborhood Plan update thus far, and to request direction for further study of the community-initiated land use change requests on the table for the Juanita neighborhood. I have about 10 slides of information and a conclusion slide to wrap up the discussion. So I'll move right in to our agenda. I thought it would be nice to start with some general information that is applicative to both plans, both Kingsgate and Juanita plans. So some general engagement that we did that encompassed both neighborhoods or where we were able to consolidate, as well as general revisions that would apply to both plans. And then we'll get into some neighborhood-specific updates, hearing about what we've heard from each neighborhood through our community feedback channels and some planned policy additions for each neighborhood. And then after our Juanita discussion, I'll move into those potential land use changes at different sites within the Juanita neighborhood. And we'll also have time to discuss a multimodal pathway proposed by the Juanita Neighborhood Association, coined the Juanita Public Pathway concept. And then we'll hop into discussion questions. So since I last attended City Council in October, we've worked really hard as staff to immerse ourselves into the community in various ways, most notably through our administration of 2 community surveys that were well received. We had over 300 responses in both neighborhoods, both Juanita and Kingsgate. We also curated active and engaged working group meetings with working group members that we selected from diverse backgrounds to really encompass varied experiences throughout the community. And they've played a pivotal role in the update process thus far and are going to continue to do so. We've held successful visioning workshops where we gathered the general community to actively engage them in feedback activities. We administered postcards that were sent to multifamily addresses and community residents who live within census-identified areas that are at or below the federal poverty level as a direct outreach effort to our lower-income neighbors and potentially renters as well. And those postcards informed recipients both of the survey, how to take it, and the RSVP for the workshop. We also were lucky to participate in some general outreach to different organizations like CAN, the Kirkland Alliance of Neighborhoods. We spoke with each neighborhood association, both the Evergreen Hill that represents the Kingsgate neighborhood and the Juanita Neighborhood Association as well. We were present at many city-sponsored events, such as the Kirkland Forest Day event, City Hall for All, the 132nd Square Park opening, and other tabling opportunities as well. Social media was also an effective tool that we used through our city manager's office to get word out on different process points within the update as far as outreach and opportunities to participate. So that was an effective tool. And we also did some targeted engagement for each neighborhood as staff time allowed. So moving into some general revisions, for both plans, we plan to implement the following changes for consistency with the newly adopted neighborhood plans, with the rest of the comprehensive plan, and with other long-range city plans. Some of the more notable changes are on screen, but will be folding in the updated vision statements that you received. Those are available for your review in attachments 1 and 2 of your packets, and those are really meant to reflect the best case scenario of each neighborhood, both now and into the future. So we'll be revising and implementing those into the plan. We'll be removing any non-specific historical text that might be more applicable citywide as opposed to within each neighborhood. We'll be taking recommendations from the Equity Review Report that was produced for the K-2044 Comprehensive Plan to make sure that the language is welcoming to all. And we will also be adding text and policy support to bolster citywide goals, like providing more connections and supporting our middle housing efforts. Policy support and text support will be added for existing functional citywide plans and objectives, drawing from plans like the Active Transportation Plan, the Sustainability Strategic Plan, and our Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan, just to name a few. Getting neighborhood specific, we learned a lot about the Kingsgate community and some of their priorities through the feedback avenues that we sought out. So the survey, the visioning workshop, the working group members and meetings, and other targeted outreach allowed us to really digest what was top of mind for the residents in Kingsgate. Some of them are listed on the screen. I won't read them off tonight for sake of time, but they are available in your packets. Using those themes that we've received or that we've identified from our community input, we have plans to draft policies that implement implement ways to address those themes. And so staff will be looking to add revisions and text to clarify how we plan to address those. A working group recommended change to note for Kingsgate is exploring the idea of renaming the neighborhood to a name that is a little bit more representative of the geographical area of the neighborhood. And I can go into more detail on that if we decide to. But the current name has been identified by some as a barrier to public participation and to a sense of belonging. We've also heard a lot of community feedback from the Juanita neighborhood through those same channels. To name a few, we have housing concerns that span from affordability to sustainability to density and increased infrastructure needs that would accompany more housing. Environmental protections are also a general theme that has come up a lot in Juanita, given the many natural systems that the neighborhood is home to. And then supporting non-vehicular connections in a way that will help new neighbors get around better. So using those themes, we are going to be looking to implement policy updates and revisions, some of which are listed on screen. The few I wanted to talk about tonight was, as you've heard earlier this evening, the representative from the Wood family mentioned that there's some language within the comprehensive plan and within the neighborhood plan that restricts certain specific retail uses in the JBD 6 zone. So we're going to be looking to lift those restrictions as part of a bigger project, which is removing some of the minutia and developmental regulations type text from the neighborhood plans. We recognize that it's probably not the best place for them. So that is just one example of types of text that we'll be pulling out. And I have an additional information slide if we'd like to jump into that later. We also plan to add some sort of policy to support the multimodal pathway concept proposed by the Juanita Neighborhood Association, the Juanita Public Pathway, should that be direction given by council tonight. And then any supportive policies needed for the land use change requests in Juanita as directed by council as well. Moving into those land use change requests, this might feel like a little bit of a blast from the past, but this is for a comprehensive plan and zoning code amendment request that would change the development allowances at the Michaels site in Juanita. That's at 9755 Northeast Juanita Drive. They are looking to accommodate changes of increased height up to 70 feet, reduction in parking minimums, and a density allowance to accommodate approximately 170 units with about 12,000 square feet of retail proposed on the ground floor. This was deferred by Planning Commission in 2021 to be studied further with the now upon us Juanita Neighborhood Plan update. And the proposal is being studied with the citywide supplemental environmental impact statement, and it's also included in the K2044 capacity analysis. And just to note, the change of zoning would impact the entire JBD4 zone, which is not only the Michaels site, but the parcel adjacent to the southwest, which is now housing the Kathakali restaurant.
Question?
Oh, Councilmember Pascal.
You said that the proposal is for 10 or 12,000 square feet of commercial or retail.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, that is for our next proposal. I'm so sorry. This proposal does have retail proposed, but not quite that much. I was speaking for Goodwill.
Oh, okay.
Just jumped the gun.
Do you know how much is being proposed as part of the Michaels site?
They didn't put a number on it, so we don't know yet, but they are open to the idea.
Yeah, I'd be interested in understanding that and looking at that. And then, how big is the Michaels and the restaurant site today? Is that, 6,000 square feet or something? And
the structures?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just trying to have an understanding of comparable size of some type of commercial, space.
Yeah, I know the site, the Michaels parcel is 1.26 acres, about 55,000 square feet. I want to say the structure itself is maybe 14,000 square feet. I can get that information to you, but I don't know that number.
Yeah, that's just something I'd be interested in later. Yeah, as you look at it. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on, just to add a little bit of context, there are many environmental factors that exist on this site, and a part of the parcel is within the shoreline management area and therefore partially held to the regulations within the Shoreline Master Program. The image on the left gives you a vague idea of approximately how much of the area is encumbered by shoreline regulations. Those regulations are reflected in the red column on screen, and staff is recommending not to amend the Shoreline Master Program at this time and hold any development to the standards of the shoreline management area for the area that it is encumbered. Those, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Sweet.
Leandra, I didn't understand that in the memo, so.
Sure.
It sounded like they're accepting the recommendation of the proposal to 70 feet, and that would fit under the current guidelines for the shoreline management plan?
Not quite. The maximum height allowed in the shoreline management area, which you'll notice is just the southern tip of the site, that area is held to a maximum height of 41 feet. So our proposal, or our recommendation, staff recommendation, is to not change that allowance, not change any regulations within the shoreline management area indicated with that red dotted area along the shoreline. But outside of that, we would want to move forward with studying the proposal as proposed by the applicant, allowing that 70 feet outside of that area. Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
Okay.
What doesn't make sense is that the hash marked area on the Kathakali site that doesn't have any red.
I think it does. It might be the colors I used for this, but okay. Yeah, the shoreline management area spans along the shoreline a certain distance back. So most of the site of that Kathakali parcel is encumbered by the shoreline management area and those restrictions.
Great.
But for the Michaels site, they have a little bit of room to work with, and that's what they're asking for, increased density in that area.
I have a follow-up question. So I support the staff recommendation. The applicant would have the option to just wait again until we revisit the shoreline master plan?
That's my understanding, Ally.
They could. In talking to them, it sounds like they're amenable to us moving forward as with the staff recommendation for now, but they could revisit it, and it is something we could incorporate it into the periodic update of the shoreline or master program, starting work in 2026.
Okay, thank you. I think that was it. Go ahead.
Great. Pivoting just a little bit to our Goodwill site, also in Juanita, located at 9826 Northeast 132nd Street. This is the proposal that includes the 12,000 approximate square feet of commercial retail space on a ground floor, a increased density allowance to accommodate about 500 to 600 units, as well as an increase in height to 75 feet maximum, as opposed to the existing regulation of 35 feet. The density allowances would also be studied with the supplemental environmental impact statement that the city is running through the comprehensive plan efforts, and it's included in the capacity analysis. There is general support for this due to the need for additional housing in Juanita, and any housing at this site should support multimodal connections and be accessible and attainable for families, given its close proximity to schools and to grocery options. Those are some key themes from the feedback I've received for this proposal. It should be noted that for both amendment requests, should council agree to move forward with studying these requests and ultimately adopting comprehensive plan amendments to support the changes, a supplemental project would be to work through the zoning code amendments that therefore allow that development. At this time, staff is recommending to continue studying this land use change request as proposed, including consideration of urban design and public benefits. And lastly, the Juanita Public Pathway concept, some of you might be familiar with, but it's a pathway that was suggested by the Juanita Neighborhood Association. I was made aware of it through my work with them, but it seems to be a long time ask of that association from the city or for the city. They want to connect the Brickyard Road Park and Ride in Bothell through 3 underutilized parks in Juanita and within Kirkland, and then eventually connect it to the Cross Kirkland corridor. The city is conducting a high-level feasibility study underway. That final decision on how exactly the pathway comes to be lies with the transportation planning team and our parks department, but for the work I'm doing, a neighborhood plan policy that supports a connection to these key locations in a non-vehicular way would be something that staff is looking to hopefully explore further, should you recommend to do so.
Councilmember Sweet, hang on.
So my question on this, and this has been around for a long time, and I've walked it a couple times. I think the bottom line question for me is, how much feasibility studying can we do until we go to the owners of the properties that we're looking at and ask the question about whether or not they would be willing to accommodate passageway on their properties? And I think that's a combination discussion, I'm sure, between transportation but without the answer to that, I don't want to put a whole lot more study into it.
City Manager?
Yeah, I think I'd just add that part of what the feasibility study is going to look at is what could you do on public property. So while they have a preferred path, you don't automatically have to follow that preferred path, and there are some ways you could move over to streets or sidewalks. But I think those are the options we're going to get out of the first assessment. But you're right, some of where they would like to go is on private property that would require someone to agree to it. But I think the feasibility study is going to lay out kind of the pros and cons and the obstacles, and then we'll have a chance to talk to the council about, do you want to go any further? But this would just be, do you want a policy that says some kind of connection should be the goal? And then we'd figure out whether or not we can make that actually happen.
Thank you, City Manager. And with that, I will say ta-da and move on to questions for you all tonight. Just wondering about any suggested policy direction for either plans, if you have any edits to the drafted vision statements, which we didn't have a ton of time to go over, and then any input on the land use change requests and the JPP.
All right, who wants to go first? Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try to keep my remarks fairly short. I do want to express my thanks to you, Leandra, and all of the folks. Leandra? Sorry.
Andra. Yeah.
Sorry.
And Andra.
And all the folks on staff who've done this community outreach, and all the folks from the community who participated. I really appreciate the extent of the outreach that's been done for these neighborhood association or neighborhood plans, and the extent, especially the effort to reach a broader swath of these neighborhoods. I also want to say that I really found the visioning process, or the themes that came out of the visioning process from the work groups, really interesting. And one of the things I really appreciate about them is our neighbors sort of collectively. I mean, if you look through it and you look for common high-level themes, it's about an inclusive community with housing for all. I'm sure not everyone who was involved in the work groups has the same, vision of what exactly that looks like in the neighborhood where they specifically live. But I do really appreciate that common theme, which is something this council has talked a lot about. It's something that our planning commission and our planning commissioners talk a lot about. So really appreciate that. I do think the challenge is sort of really getting those high-level themes into the vision statement correctly. And actually, one quick comment about the vision statements. Earlier this afternoon, I was wondering how clear we are in our comp plan when we get to the chapter on neighborhood plans, how clear we are that the vision statements are aspirational. And one of the things I noted, and maybe you've already noted it, in some of the neighborhood association plans, we're very clear that the vision statement is aspirational. It's essentially, I think the first one, I can't remember which the first one I saw, but the very first one I cracked open had a lead-in.
A disclaimer almost.
Well, yeah, not even a disclaimer, but just sort of setting the context. This is a vision of the neighborhood in the future when the updated comp plan's actually implemented. Then, of course, I flipped through some more and I noticed we don't say that in some of the others. And I think that's really important that we set the context for vision statements. They are just that. They're the vision, the city's vision for each of the neighborhoods. And so I do think that's important. And then quickly, I have a couple of comments on each of the two vision statements. First, in the Juanita vision statement, again, love what I'm seeing. One of the statements in there is measures are taken to significantly improve public views of and access to these important locations, where these important locations are Juanita Creek, the lake. I really would like us to focus on public access to those. Views of the lake and the streams are something that we can't necessarily control. We get ourselves into all kinds of trouble when we're trying to protect views in light of property rights and whatnot. So I think it would be enough for us to focus on improved public access to these locations. So I'd make that comment. The work group in revising the vision statement for Juanita also emphasized growth within the neighborhood is strategic and sustainable, which I love. I think also going back to the themes that come out of the work that they've done in Juanita, it's also inclusive. So I'd really like to see that word in there, strategic, inclusive, and sustainable. And then lastly, on the Kingsgate vision statement, I guess my first comment's a little bit of a question. I saw the Kingsgate work group in revising their vision statement said, while also providing a variety of housing opportunities that meet the needs of older population as well as future generation. I love that because we're focused on multi-generational access to affordable housing. I wasn't sure what the word variety meant, and I'm not sure everyone who read that word would have the same interpretation of I think what we've talked a lot about at the city council, planning commission is a diverse mix of housing opportunities. And I'm wondering if that is something that we could consider, instead of using the term variety, use diverse mix. I realize there's a really subtle distinction, but I think diverse mix is kind of the nomenclature that we've been using as a city, and I think it sounds consistent with what the working group in what Kingsgate is focused on. And then last thing, trees are preserved and replaced as they are removed to provide a consistent vegetative canopy throughout the neighborhood. I think that might be just a little too aspirational. I don't know what a consistent vegetative canopy is, but to the extent it's uniform in sort of like the way a homeowners association may dictate that, vegetation is uniform, I don't think we can achieve that. So instead of consistent, I'd like us to look at healthy. I think that's consistent with the tree code adoptions that we made. We're really looking for a diverse canopy, a healthy canopy, when it comes to both preserving and then replacing trees. So those are my two comments on each of the two vision statements. Otherwise, I applaud everyone who's been involved, hard work, and also the attention to an inclusive and welcoming community where there's affordable housing and accessibility to everyone. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'm not going to repeat some of what Councilmember Black said, but I did just really appreciate the public input and the summaries that are provided. There's a lot of information there, but more importantly, I like how it's being reflected in the scope and the issue identification where the focus is as we update these plans. Just comments and questions about Juanita first. The Juanita Public Pathway, I am interested in that, and I'm particularly interested in the segment between 124th and 128th that essentially would connect to Juanita High School. That is, it is, trying to connect a frequent transit corridor along 124th to this neighborhood and the school, and just the housing along 124th. That would just be such a great connection to see happen. I know it is privately owned, but that would be something I'd be really interested in focusing on early, and I hope that feasibility study really addresses that one. On the community requests, land use requests for the Michaels and the Goodwill site, the one thing I would be interested in, and I hope staff looks at this, I know the property owners aren't going to request this, but is to somehow incentivize groupings of the properties together somehow, mainly to promote good access and placemaking abilities and kind of a success of the retail and commercial opportunities. Because if you think about the Goodwill site, for example, it would be so unfortunate to have that redevelop, and then we have this remaining corner parcel where the old gas station used to be, and then it's really difficult to develop at that point because it's a small parcel, access is difficult. I'd like to make sure that we try to somehow incentivize the properties, the parcels to group together and build something of size and magnitude.
Yeah, just to clarify, there is one single property owner for all three parcels, and they plan to consolidate and.
Well, see, they were thinking.
Yeah.
Great minds think alike. All right. And then on the Michael site would be kind of the similar comment with the Catholic and Michael's, due to many of the same reasons. It's on a corner. It's so hopefully we can think about that. Maybe that owner would also think ahead like the Goodwill owner. And then just a question about the commercial areas. I think I heard you say or read that what changes are we considering in the commercial areas of Juanita outside of these community, outside of the Michaels and the Goodwill site? Are we thinking of changes as well?
No zoning or land use changes. I know that the North Juanita Commercial Center or Neighborhood Center has been identified as a site that has a lot of potential for redevelopment, increased height. The allowances there now, I'm not sure, but they are zoned for mixed use, and they do have that ability for increased height and density as it stands.
Okay, my thought process here is that if we are looking at the North Juanita commercial area for changes to whether that's height or density or whatever, that I would want to treat Kingsgate in a similar manner. I don't know why the Kingsgate commercial area would be treated, we wouldn't consider some of the same things we would be considering at North Juanita. So that's all, that's what I would be. And if maybe we have really good reasons why we wouldn't be, but I would like to understand that. You know, I'd like to make sure we're looking at them in a similar fashion.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. And right now, the Kingsgate commercial area is actually zoned to allow increased heights and density. So it's not a matter that we've been able to identify that the zoning isn't there. There's some other barrier to redeveloping that area, which is something that we're going to be looking at a city level through the comp plan work, like the land use element.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple things. I don't want to repeat everything that's already been said. I would have said what Councilmember Black said, but I don't wordsmith. I do like the vision statements. I think they're fine, and the additions that he pointed out make a lot of sense to me as well. Making them more uniform. I believe that our community is coming together in some pretty special ways. I'm a member of the Juanita neighborhood, as is Councilmember Pascal. So I paid close attention to the process in Juanita. And I know that my neighbors have liked the process in Juanita because we've actually had discussion about what the neighborhood plan was and how to get involved and that kind of stuff. So I think we're going in a right direction. It sometimes makes me crazy when I look at somebody's plan and vision statement, and it's got that qualifier before it, and it's not included in everybody's language because I think it should be part of everybody's language because the real meat of the matter is going to happen in the comprehensive plan. I'm confused about Kingsgate and the Evergreen neighborhood. Or is it Evergreen?
Evergreen Hill Neighborhood Association.
Yeah. We went through a pretty laborious process to create or come up with the name Neighborhood Hill and have the plan continue to reference Kingsgate when it incorporates a whole bunch of other neighborhoods doesn't make sense to me. So I think it is actually the Evergreen Hill neighborhood plan, but that's just me. I think the outreach has been outstanding. I support the staff recommendations for the 2 sites as well as on moving forward with the trail, with the pathway. I think that's it. Good job.
Thank you.
It's been fun to watch you.
Thank you. It's been fun to do it.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Leandra. Just a couple of quick comments. First, on both neighborhood plans, they talk about revitalizing their neighborhood centers. They have slightly different language. It's not specifically mentioned in both of them, but I want to make sure that housing is a key part of that revitalization, both for the opportunity and the fact that most commercial redevelopment is going to be a mixed use anyway, just given the economics. We should set the expectations that housing is going to be an increased part of those neighborhood centers. Preserving grocery stores is important, and that should be mentioned specifically as part of that revitalization. And if there's any incentives about that, I know we talked about incentives in the station area plan discussion. Would like to see the same in those neighborhood plans. I especially like the displacement language, recognizing the value of the existing small businesses that's in the Kingsgate neighborhood plan, and think that actually should be a citywide policy, or at least echoed in the Juanita plan as well. I also flagged public views as an issue with Councilmember Black and colleagues, and I am interested on the neighborhood name change process. Your slide said you're examining a renaming process. I'm curious what that's like, because as Councilmember Sweet mentioned, even getting to the point of naming the neighborhood association, there was not a strong consensus. I get the issue. I think we need to do something, but I want to make sure we're on a path to actually figure out and get support for the Evergreen Hill neighborhood or something else, not the Kingsgate subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A lot of my comments have already been addressed, so I'll be pretty short and sweet. And then I really appreciate all the community input and the staff work on this. It is really fun and just amazing to see how our neighborhood plans have come along over the years, and the work that we put into that, and the equity lens that we have on it, and the focus on our values. I just want to say that I do support staff recommendations for the Michael site, for the Goodwill site, and also for the Juanita Public Pathway. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm, would you like to weigh in? No.
No, thank you.
Okay, I just don't want to miss you. I'm going to just pile on the praise. You've done a great job with this, and I'm glad that you're joining the process. It is really a chance to dive deep and connect with neighbors and businesses and so forth. So, good job. I am going to do a little wordsmithing on the draft. I do think both these vision statements are really well done, and I appreciate the value statements that are in them. On the Juanita one, it says it's talking about the fish-bearing streams and the need to daylight them. It just speaks in past tense, and we will continue to do that work. So I would say daylighting should be pursued rather than have been pursued. And then that was the only wordsmithing I have. The only thing I noticed in the Kingsgate to be renamed vision statement is we didn't call out, there was a lot of good stuff in this, but we didn't specifically say, recognize the need for infill housing and density. We just don't use that language, and I think that should be included. And also, when they talk about transportation, we aren't talking about bike and pedestrian networks. We're talking about greenways, and we're talking about reducing congestion or slowing people down in school zones, but we're not talking about walking and rolling. So I would look at putting that in.
Will do. Thank you.
That's all I had. So anyone else? Thank you so much.
Thank you for the feedback.
All right. Have concluded our business, and now we are on to council reports and deputy mayor, but I'm getting tired. I'm going to start with you.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things. On Valentine's Day, attended the Regional Policy Committee. We talked about the Crisis Center Implementation Plan that Councilmember Balducci mentioned during the special presentation. I provided some feedback on that we wanted to make sure that funding from that went to the north end, even if the crisis center that we're working on isn't necessarily the designated crisis center. I also flagged an issue about transportation, where today private ambulance companies can't get reimbursed when they're transporting to a crisis center like they can if they're transferring to the emergency room. And in working with King County is working with the state on revising that, and Kirkland will be joining in or offering our own feedback to the state on that. That night, attended the Kirkland Alliance of Neighborhoods, and they are very interested in, neighborhoods are very interested in council members attending. Bean Ahon said it best when saying, well, when was the last time you asked them? So expect that maybe we might get some invites to attend different neighborhood meetings from time to time. And then finally, if you recall at our last meeting, we proclaimed the Japanese Day of Remembrance. And Mayor Curtis and I had the opportunity, and you might recall that the grandson of Mitsuko Akiri Okoda was here to receive that proclamation. Mayor Curtis and I took the time to visit Mutsu and deliver and meet her and deliver the proclamation since she was not able to attend our council meeting. It was a lovely conversation to hear both about the history of Kirkland and her long time here and her observations about the time with the events of Japanese internment, her family's involvement in the military and her career post-war before she got to Kirkland. It was just our honor to be able to present that directly. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a special afternoon. Councilmember Pascal.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Before I begin, I have a question. I've seen on LRM request, I've seen them both under council reports and under calendar updates. When are they actually supposed to be presented?
We actually have done both. We haven't adopted a policy on that. So you're welcome to do it now, or we could do it under city manager reports too.
All right, well, then I will just get it over with now. As we discussed earlier, I'll be requesting an LRM tonight based on our conversation about the zoning on school property. So I move that staff prepare an LRM to bring back options to expedite completion of the 2024 to 2026 planning work program task number 34 to increase development opportunities for school sites.
Second.
Hold on. In addition, I like your excitement on it though. In addition, the LRM will include near-term options to convene, educate, and advocate about the topic within the community and various stakeholders, including the school district.
Second.
Got it. It has been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Tim Chizen. Any discussion? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you for entertaining this motion, and thank you, City Manager and Senior Assistant City Attorney as well for your help in drafting the LRM language and making sure that we do it officially correctly. I won't repeat what we said earlier, but just want to add that I think it's really interesting that the three most vocal members that you heard from earlier are all folks that are on the coordinating committee with the school district. I promise that was not intentional. We did not plan that, but I think it really speaks to how in tune we are with the direction that the school district is going, and that you can trust that the members of the coordinating committee really have a pulse on that, and that we think this is the right direction to move in. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, I would just add that take note of what Councilmember Falcone said at the end of the LRM request is the first step is to build advocacy and to educate folks on the need and to continue the momentum. So if at nothing else, if we don't even talk about zoning and the specific changes and evaluate that, if we continue the conversation, and that doesn't necessarily have to be planning staff leading that, that could be other resources leading that effort. At least we keep the momentum going and we continue to have that conversation with the school district.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm, do you want to add anything?
I'm looking forward to getting options on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet?
I just want to express my, what do I want to say? I'm really glad you guys brought this up. And I do think it's an important piece of work, but I think almost as important is to expand this conversation beyond the city of Kirkland to the other cities in the Lake Washington School District, because they are not there.
Good, thank you. Councilmember Tim
May I?
Chisholm. Go ahead.
Thank you. I do think this is an important topic. At some points, we hear from the Lake Washington School District that they don't have any needs right now, but we also hear from the teachers that they're living an hour's commute away, and that's been one of the biggest challenges for the teachers. And I think we should recognize that our teachers are stakeholders also in this process, and I'd like to hear more from them as this process goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, the question is on the motion by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Tim Chisholm, to do a legislative request memorandum on expanded school capacity. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right, do you have more to report?
I will withhold any other comments.
Awesome. Councilmember Sweet.
Not a whole lot to report. A Cascade board meeting was fairly lame. We did not have a lot of discussion about the contracting process that we are following up now with Tacoma and with Seattle. I did have a couple meetings, though, with regard to the East King County Regional Water Association. So I was way up to speed in terms of truck sharing that information. And all of the members of Cascade are pretty much up to speed on this. I know that Sammamish interest is not in developing the water, but it's more into using it to, I guess, weigh our conversation as we move forward with the city of Seattle. Beyond that, Olympia, we all went. We all had a fabulous time. I got nothing but incredibly good responses from our legislators in terms of how well we were received and how much they appreciate us going down there and sort of being the stars, which I think is pretty cool. And I did go to my first MUPAC meeting, which I think was a mirror of your RWQC meeting. So we are going to be the most water-informed city in the state of Washington for a couple of years anyway. That is all.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm trying to figure out how I feel about the fact that Councilmember Sweet forgot that I wasn't able to go to to Olympia.
We would have even shined brighter.
I appreciate that sentiment. Thank you. So a couple quick things. One thing I don't talk a lot about, and I just want to make sure my fellow council members know, with the K4C Outreach Committee, it does meet every other week during session, so we are meeting regularly. I just want to assure you what the K4C Outreach Committee is really doing is a version of what our legislative work group does, which is identifying legislation that they support, that they're monitoring, and I do make regular reports of that to our legislative work group, and make sure Diana, Chair Curtis, and everyone is aware of what the K4C's priorities are and where those things stand. And frankly, a lot of times, Kirkland's in a unique position, well, not unique, but in an admirable position of being able to actually report back to the K4C, because in some ways, due to the great effort of our staff, we have information that the K4C Outreach Committee can use. So that's nice. Councilmember Balducci earlier today did make brief reference to the care enclosure, the King County's care enclosure plan. I just want to remind my fellow council members that on Thursday, February 29th, from 11:30 to 12:30, the SCA is holding a lunch and learn where King County staff are going to be, the King County staff who are developing that implementation plan for the care enclosure plan are going to be presenting to any SCA members who want to attend. Because of my position as the chair of the SCA caucus of the Regional Law, Safety, and Justice Committee, it's fallen to me to report on our King County Superior Court's opposition to 2 of the 6 recommendations in the final care enclosure plan report. In short, the court's opposition is to 2 of the 6 recommendations for 3 reasons. 1, non-compliance with the requirements of state law. 2, concern about community safety in the face of violent offenses. And 3, separation of powers between the judicial and executive branches. There's more to the court's position than that, and I guess if you attend the lunch and learn, you'll get to hear my little report out. It's just me reporting out as messenger, nothing more, nothing less. But it is a great opportunity for local city leaders to hear about the plan, ask their questions they might have about the plan, and then sort of ponder their position on the policy. I do have my first meeting of the Regional Transit Committee tomorrow, and so I'm excited to take over the reins from Councilmember Pascal on that, although I'm an alternate and he was vice chair, so, you know, big difference there, but whatever. Speaking of vice chair, last comment, I did want to let my fellow council members know that on the Regional Law, Safety, and Justice Committee, I mentioned before that I was named the chair of the SEA caucus to the RLSJC. That comes with, you don't have to, but apparently you're encouraged to become the vice chair and ultimately the chair of the Regional Law, Safety, and Justice Committee. So I will soon be the chair of the Regional Law, Safety, and Justice Committee for a one-year term. Yeah, right? All right. So that's it for my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
I'm sorry, I forgot to mention, I had both my first Board of Health meeting and my first EMS Medic One resurrection, whatever, reinstatement meeting. They happened simultaneously, so I attended the EMS meeting along with 4 representatives from our fire department. I think we have a really good team. I think we are going to be very well represented on the subcommittees that are working on what I don't see as a whole lot of changes coming with the new levy. But the focus will be on the items that we are concerned most about, which is a lot of focus on crisis intervention and behavioral health care and maintaining the program. Is it the mid-program?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, a lot of focus on that. So I think it's going to be an exciting year developing what we're going to move into next year. And I haven't watched the Board of Health meeting yet, so I'll report on it next time.
Thank you. I'm so grateful for all that you do in the community. Did I forget someone?
Yeah.
Oh, I did. Councilmember Tim Chisholm, I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Well, I had a good time at City Days of Action in Olympia. We woke up early in the morning after a city council meeting and drove down there and got some FaceTime with our elected officials in hallways, elevators, restrooms, and anywhere they would talk to us. We would wait outside of chambers and corner them, and had a good time listening to their perspective on things. They're extremely busy and extremely hardworking group of people, but we were able to tell them what was important to us and had a good time.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay. Okay. I'm losing it, guys. So what I did want to say to everyone is thank you for all the regional work that you do in addition to the local work. It sounds like a few of us were spending our Valentine's evening in meetings because I was at SEA PIC. You received those meeting notes. My dance card is very full with meet and greets. I spoke to the Kiwanis last week. Deputy Mayor and I have met Jennifer Hoover, the new executive director of the chamber. And then he and I are spending the next 2 weeks in many meetings with our chairs and vice chairs of all our boards and commissions and the chairs and vice chairs of our neighborhood associations. So we will be very busy. And that's it for me. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we have 2 quick check-ins with the council. The first is to go over the final council retreat agenda. I just have 2 slides. Andriana's helping me put it up because she has the next presentation. So thank you, Andriana. This is literally just, I cut and pasted the agenda to the 2 slides to see if anyone wants to move anything around or if there's anything that we're missing. So as a reminder, we were able to, with the suggestion of the council, to find somewhere cool to go where we could be a little more social and relaxed. We are going to be at the Lodge at St. Edward's Park on March 1st. Currently thinking about an 8:30 start time. That's when they're available. They would provide breakfast and lunch, and we'd be getting out at around 3 o'clock. So I just wanted to see, this is the first slide to lunch break, and then there's the afternoon. I want to see if the council has any changes or edits to the agenda or anything you want to discuss.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My availability on that day doesn't begin until shortly after 9:30, and it's my understanding that there may be flexibility to push this back a few minutes, perhaps by a half hour. Is that something that is feasible to do?
Yeah,
Second.
it can start at 9, yes. So. But
Well,
it's up to the council, right?
if I may, and I recognize your constraints, we have legislative work group at 3:30, and it is end of session. So if we were to start later, we would end later, correct?
We would end at 3:30. So one of the things we were talking about is basically having the meeting at the lodge. So setting up a room where we would have the staff be able to go in virtually.
March 1st. Okay. Andriana, hi. I'm so sorry you're still here at quarter to 11. This this is terrible, cruel, unusual punishment. Okay, so Councilmember Falcone has suggested that we start half an hour later. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Well, I do have a school drop-off, just like probably Councilmember Falcone. I will be there as soon as I can, but
Okay, so we have two members that need to start later. Any
but
objections?
this was, I'll just say that this was put on my calendar, in a city calendar, starting at 10 a.m. from 10 to 4 was the invite that I accepted. But if
Yes,
it
and
changed,
because we changed venue and we get breakfast, we
Okay.
decided
All
to move it a little earlier so that we could enjoy, all of us could enjoy our breakfast. So,
Fair enough, fair enough.
so we're looking, the request has been to start a half an hour later. Is there any objections from council? All right, we'll do that.
Any other topic changes?
Councilmember Falcone.
I just want to say thank you, and I want to say that this really demonstrates our values of being a really family-friendly council.
Unable to hear.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to say that thank you to fellow council members and city staff for being flexible. This demonstrates our values of being a family-friendly city and city council that is supporting us parents that need to drop our kids off at school. Thank you.
Awesome. Councilmember Black.
I was just going to, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to suggest that keeping Andriana here till 10:30 shows
not
demonstrates
illustrative.
the opposite of that.
Honestly, since we're being casual here, I'm wondering why city manager did just run these slides by himself.
So in fairness to the city manager asked repeatedly if Andriana would rather do this virtually from home. And she said she would actually prefer to be here because she was afraid it might break down. And so she said she was going to be physically here in the
Okay.
chambers.
Thank you, city manager. I apologize.
But
I'm staying out of this.
all right, so that's all I have for that topic, unless there's any last comments.
I think we're done.
So then, next up, we have the legislative request memo for the volunteer background checks, which Andriana Campbell, our special projects coordinator, is going to present. And there's options at the end we're looking for a motion.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. I will keep this as brief as possible. I have 7 slides, so we can jump right in. At your January 2nd, 2024 council meeting, Councilmember Black requested staff evaluate the city's current practice of requiring background checks for certain categories of city volunteers. So both this presentation and the legislative request memorandum in your packet highlight the current process, recent amendments to the process, reasons why the city requires volunteer background checks, criteria for exclusion, and alternatives for council consideration. So this is a workflow depicting what happens for both one-time event volunteers, that's at the top left, and just below that for ongoing volunteers. And before I jump in, I want to reiterate that the background check process truly is the last step in the onboarding process. It's after I've spoken with a volunteer applicant, we've decided what program is the best fit for them, reference checks have been done, like full onboarding. So this is not done as an initial screening process. If we follow the bolded text, the one-time event volunteers do not require a background check. They are really a time-limited and staff-supervised position. So a one-day event, maybe even a couple hours, like a Green Kirkland involved initiative. So no background check, just a one-time event, liability waiver assigned, and their onboarding is complete. For ongoing volunteers who have a weekly or monthly assignment without an end date, they do undergo a background check after the volunteer coordinator has conducted all onboarding. volunteer coordinator, myself, sends their name and email to HR. HR then sends that information to the city's third-party vendor, Alliance 2020, who sends an email to the individual with a link to a questionnaire that requests their full name, date of birth, social security number. Now, this background check provides a 7-year look back for both felonies and misdemeanors. And the individual has 7 calendar days to respond or the link expires. And there's many times where we send out the link a couple times for folks. It's no problem at all. It can actually get caught in your spam and junk folders quite often. So when HR receives the results of the background check, they notify me of the results. If there is a is there a notification of violation? If no, then the onboarding is complete and I pass the volunteer along to the liaison of whichever program they have applied to. If there is a notification of violation, I review the results with HR and then coordinate with the department director of the department that position is under, and we evaluate whether that violation would reasonably affect the applicant's fitness for the position. If it does, oftentimes we might pitch a different program for them to consider, but I will say in my almost 2 years of overseeing this program, it's happened one time. So just to try to give a little context there. So the pre-December amendments, these were the definitions of one-time event volunteer and an ongoing volunteer. So you'll notice again, a one-time event volunteer is for a very specific period of time and is always supervised by city staff. And that's juxtaposed with the difference in an ongoing volunteer is someone who has a more ongoing basis, weekly or monthly, and there are times where they're not supervised by staff. So these two definitions are consistent with the Washington City's Insurance Authority, the city's insurance pool, and that we, staff, conduct background checks for ongoing volunteers only. You'll see there were some amendments made in late December, not to the one-time event volunteer descriptions, but to the ongoing volunteers. So now there are 2 levels, a level 1 and level 2. The underlined text is the new definitions. So for level 1, we've added that their essential function does not require interaction with vulnerable populations or handling of sensitive information. And for level 2, their essential function does require interaction with vulnerable populations and or handling sensitive information. And in this case, only level 2 volunteers would require background checks. Just trying to summarize those amendments in a brief slide. So 2 levels of volunteers were created for ongoing volunteers. Background checks are only performed for level 2 ongoing volunteers. This is not in alignment with WCIA's recommendation. Currently, the only identified level 1 ongoing volunteer position is pedestrian flag stewards, and all ongoing volunteer positions default as level 2 until a comprehensive analysis of the position clarifies that it does not interact with vulnerable populations and or handle sensitive information. This slide lays out 4 options for council consideration along with timing for each option. Starting at the top, option A is to background check only level 2 volunteers. This is the current status, and staff would work on an ongoing basis to reclassify all ongoing volunteer positions to see whether they would land in a level 1 or level 2. B is to modify level 2 background check reports to either look back fewer years, report on less information, or both. Staff estimates about 6 to 8 months to work with Alliance 2020, Human Resources, and the City Attorney's Office. Option C is to remove the background check requirement for all ongoing volunteers. Similar timing as option B, to work with WCIA, City Attorney's Office, and review as necessary. And D is to return to pre-December 2023 amendments and perform background checks on all ongoing volunteers. And that could be done immediately. So I have a proposed motion for council consideration, and this is the final slide of my presentation.
Thank you. Discussion. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, in the interest of time, what I was perhaps going to do, if the mayor would entertain a motion, and then we could have discussion after the motion's on the table. Okay. And I'm also going to just say that I'm going to refer any folks in the audience or who are listening to our discussion on January 2nd, where at least I, stated my reasons for wanting us to take a closer look at this. So I'll make the motion. I move that staff proceed with proposed option A and continue their work of parsing city volunteer roles between level 1 and level 2, where only level 2 positions will require a background check. Specifically, level 2 will include ongoing roles where volunteers have access to sensitive information systems or locations, or roles that interact with vulnerable populations. All other ongoing positions will be level 1 and will not require a background check. Staff should also develop a policy for when it is appropriate to perform background checks on one-time volunteer roles, including consideration of whether volunteers will have access to sensitive information systems or locations, and whether a role involves significant interactions with vulnerable populations. The final volunteer classifications and the one-time volunteer policy should be presented to council for review.
Second. All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Black, second by Councilmember Falcone to move forward the motion just read. Any discussion? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, I won't repeat all the things we've already discussed on this. Just one thing I would like to just add to this as well, not a formal motion, but that I would like us to look at our policy on how long a background check is good for and when that needs to be renewed. I just assume that will be part of this plan that staff will come back to council with. I know, for example, I'm a volunteer in Lake Washington School District, and it's good for 2 years. I know every other summer, my husband and I are filling out our forms so that we can volunteer anytime within those 2 years in any capacity, which would include the one time or the ongoing. So it's helpful to have that expectation. And
Thank you.
thank you.
Anyone else? All right, questions on the motion to approve the proposed motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, city manager.
And finally, any calendar updates for the council? All right, that's all I have then, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so we have passed 11 o'clock, or getting close to 11 o'clock. We've passed 10 o'clock. It was brought to my attention that our Zoom link did not work earlier, which is why we did not have any remote testimony. So for anyone that might possibly still be online, now, City Clerk says no one's online. So for the record, if you go back tomorrow and listen to this meeting, please send us an email if we missed you this evening, your public comment. Thank you very much. We are now going to go into executive session to discuss the performance of a public employee. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at approximately 11:20. Only for the purpose of adjournment.
And Councilmember Tim Chizen, you do have a separate link for that.
Thank you. I'll do that now.
Okay, see you in there.
All right. Thank you, everyone.